welcome to 1:30 meeting. I think we'll just and maybe you don't have this before we get into it. Do you know how far out we are roughly?
How far out
Yeah, from,
to balancing
yeah,
of financially compliant budget?
yeah,
It's my guess that we're about $3 million.
we're about 3 million. Okay. That's actually a little better than I was thinking. Okay, thank you.
You'll hear more from me about that
Yeah,
later.
okay. Okay, I'll just turn it over.
Okay, so good afternoon, Kathy Funk Baxter, Finance Director. Today's workshop is on new personnel, salary adjustments, reclassifications. We have a spreadsheet that we put together to walk us through it. And so we'll start off with each department presenting their request and some of their background for it. And then we will return to the list after everyone's presented. And I will notate the commissioner's approval or not for each and every item. We'll go back through the list one by one.
Okay,
So our first department to present today is our district court, and they are presenting a request for a title salary change for one position. And then they also have another position I think Molly has spoke to you before about that possibly of inactivating. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you. Yes, so I am asking to reclassify, change the pay grade for our district court supervisor. This is the one supervisor we have in the district court office. She's the frontline supervisor for the whole court staff. We don't have any lead positions in district court, so she covers all of that. And she assists me with training and staff development and discipline, but she also has a separate full-time position, basically. She's our accounting lead. She does all of our judge and courtroom scheduling. She is the case scheduling backup for district court. She handles our jury pools, and she also does our interpreting scheduling, which I'll just say in district court, we handle 86% of the interpreter needs in Cowlitz County in our court. So that isn't just a minor duty. That is a daily activity that takes a lot of management. So also, as I've mentioned in our other workshop, we're getting a new case management next year, new case management system. The learning curve for our office is going to be huge. The amount of training I'm going to need assisting with is huge. My needs for this position are just going to grow. And right now, I believe, I'll defer to Jessica on this, but I think that supervisor is at one of the lowest supervisor grades we have in the county. I think her job duties show that it deserves more than that, but I'm also going to be requiring more than she's doing now. And it's an hourly position at this point based on those issues with the salary that were changed. And I'm going to need more flexibility from it and more time. And so if this doesn't get granted, I'm going to require a lot more overtime than I've ever used for that position. So I do believe it's warranted. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
And then your other position that you're.
Oh, yes. And as I mentioned before, we have a 25-hour part-time clerk position that hasn't been filled since August. And I have agreed to not fill that, to inactivate that during at least this next budget cycle in order to help offset.
Molly, is this position we're talking about is it under a union contract at the moment?
No,
So
no.
it's, okay.
So I guess have you gone through I guess, current job duties that fall underneath that job description and new job duties there or description that you're gonna put to this new job and run that through HR? Have they looked at all this?
I don't see the actual duties changing. It's just the amount of staff training and supervising is going to grow in the next year. So her workload is going to grow, but it's not actually separate duties from what she has, if that makes sense.
Well, yes and no. If the work duties are gonna grow, if that person is full-time employed right now, 8 hours a day, and the work responsibilities are going to become larger and more intense, is that greater than an 8-hour day for this person?
We shall see. I wasn't going to ask for more positions at this point. I think my workload's going to grow also, and I really am willing to see how this works before we make any further requests, honestly. But I know that if there's going to be more time commitments from this person. So
From
Yeah.
just this one person? I mean, if you got that much training coming down the road, everybody's got to learn the
Right.
system, right?
Right, and me and my assistant court administrator will be involved to a certain degree, but the supervisor is going to take the brunt of it. So we're going to work to share that load the best we can. But I can just guarantee that she's going to need to work more hours than she is now. And so that's going to definitely include overtime if this isn't granted. How much, I don't know. Whether I'm being optimistic on thinking we can handle this with one person, I don't know at this point.
Okay, I guess I don't know either. If you don't know, I certainly don't know.
Right. Like I told you before, we've had the same case management system for, I believe we implemented it in the 90s in district court and haven't used anything else. So I don't know how this is going to impact our workload, what the training learning curve is. They're just starting to use it with a few courts, but they're a lot smaller than us. And so how to apply how they've done this to how it's going to affect us is really an unknown at this point.
So I guess give me a little more background. This is a new document storage system? It's new,
No, this is the state case management system. So it's where all the criminal history and the case data for our court, along with all the other courts in the state, is housed and managed. So that's where we do all of we have to do data entry into that system. We have to manage our documents separately.
And we're adopting this because the state's adopted it?
Correct. I have zero choice in this matter. It's happening.
And so does whoever manufactured this system is going to come in and do some basic training at some level?
Very, very basic. Actually, it's the state that's administrative office of the courts that's doing the training for us, and their training budget has been cut based on their budget situation. And so how much training from them we're going to get is also an unknown. They're actually coming on Thursday to talk to me a little bit more about that, and I might get some more information, but it is not going to be anywhere near where it was for the Superior Courts when they went to the new system. That I've been assured of. So we will have to take on more duties than they expected based on the state's training budget being cut.
Is the expectation with this new program that we're going to be running more efficient?
I've not been told that things will actually move faster on our end. It's just that it's an old database system that frankly, they don't have anyone to work on anymore. So this had to be done. So whether we are able to process cases more efficiently, it hasn't been demonstrated yet. No.
Molly, is there, is there a possibility that instead of reclassifying and creating this new position with a supervisor, that maybe some of that responsibility could be diverted to just another employee?
I don't know. I know that people will require her support no matter what. I mean, like I said, we don't have any leads in our office. The way we're organized, the way our job duties are spread out, we don't have positions that are that specialized to have a lead for a certain type of duty. So we have our courtroom staff and we have our customer service staff, but everyone kind of needs to know a little bit of everything. And so a lot falls on our supervisor.
So are there any of those duties or responsibilities that could be diverted to regular employees?
Not for a while, not until we understand how much training is going to be needed. And then it's going to be, the supervisor and I are going to have to work together for quite a while, I think, to figure out how we would delegate that to other places. In the end, that could be possible, so that any new staff we got, there would be other staff that could help with that. But I don't think we're in a position to decide that at this point.
Do you remember how much overtime you had budgeted?
I don't recall where we are with that. It's not very much, though. $1,000, I think, or less, frankly.
So moving from a grade 500 to grade 530 takes them from hourly to salary exempt.
I'm going to defer to Jessica on that. I haven't had a chance to look at
Yeah,
that
you're
or
just
whether it gets us there.
Talking if no change, that we expect more overtime, and there must be a change in the position for that to happen, right?
Jessica Warren, Human Resources. So currently the position falls under that exempt salary threshold. That changes with the minimum wage. So we're still calculating where that's going to land, but as of right now, 530 is above the minimum threshold, but that can change with the minimum wage.
But it still pays overtime.
No, if it
It-
falls above the threshold that's set on the minimum wage standard, it's not an overtime eligible position and it's exempt.
Okay. Then, what's the total staff over there? Molly, do you know?
Yeah, without this part-time position, there are 16 of us, that's including me, my assistant, and the supervisor, and then 3 judges. And a
16
full-time
staff,
bailiff.
16 staff. Of the 16, how many would be classified as management type positions?
3. So this supervisor,
This
the
is
assistant.
3.
And that's just in the court office. We also have the 6 employees in the probation department that my assistant and I do the management for. This position supervises the district court clerk staff
So
only.
it's 16 in district court and
6 in probation.
6 in probation.
Yes.
So total of 22 staff for the 2, and 3 of them are what you would classify as a management position.
Molly, remind me, did you have an overall reduction in your budget?
Yes, with the pro tem judge changes we made, and this position that we're eliminating, I believe that was
Yes.
true. Yes.
Mhm. Any other questions? Okay, so we'll move on to the next department. Thank you, Molly. Okay, so the next department is our treasurer's department. And on our treasurer's department, they are doing 2 things. They are requesting to do a title change, salary change, but they are also splitting the salary on this position from the general fund and treasurers and O&M, which is on page 3. The other part of the person is on page 3 to show you that it's being funded. This increase will be funded partially out of that fund. I'll turn over to Deborah.
All right, Deborah Gardner, Cowlitz County Treasurer. The request that I have today is to do a change in the job description and the title. So I'm adding duties to one of my deputy treasurers to add some foreclosure type activities to this position. In this request, I'm asking to change the salary grade from 190 to 200, which is about a 5% increase. And then with the additional duties that this position would do, I would be able to pay this position 50% out of the general fund and 50% out of treasurer's O&M. My foreclosure deputy is paid 100% out of O&M. And what that position does is the tax collections on personal and real property. And one of the things that we've been working on, I talked about how the distraint that we'd have to do on personal properties. So if a personal property doesn't pay their taxes, they're due April 30th. As of May 1st, we're supposed to be out there distraining the property and selling their personal property. This year on April 30th, we had almost 400 delinquent personal properties. That's just something that, we can't go out and distrain these properties. So what we're doing is trying to work harder on collections and contacting these businesses and getting them on payment plans or whatever we need to do to get the taxes paid so that we don't have to deal with distraint. And so with this change in this position, it would also allow some cross-training with the foreclosure deputy in the procedures that she does with foreclosure. And then I would have also someone to fall back on if something was, if someone's out or if my foreclosure deputy is out for any period of time, I would have a backup to that position as well. So with the, even with the change in the grade from 190 to 200 and then the 50-50 split, it's actually saving the general fund around $42,000.
Deborah, do you have a number, just a ballpark number as far as the 400 delinquent tax things that you're collecting on, what that dollar, what the revenue is of those?
No, I didn't gather that. Out of those, we're down to only 66 delinquent at this time. And those are all current this year. We don't have any prior year delinquencies, which we did in the past.
But you're down to what number
66.
out of 400?
Yeah, that were delinquent as of April 30th.
Okay.
And that got accomplished with the one collector?
No, this deputy treasurer, when she has time, she'll help her with phone calls and contacting the businesses. And in that process, we're also finding that there's certain businesses that are closed, but they're still being taxed. And so we get them in touch with the assessor's office and, if this is really closed, let's get it closed so that we're not continuing to assess taxes on something that we're not going to be able to collect on.
And you said the net position to the general fund after this was positive 42,000 back to it?
Correct. With, there's some additional savings because the way the IT allocation is on the number of personnel in your department, I think that would be reallocated. And a little bit of additional funds would then be applied to the treasurer's O&M for this position.
So is this position one that is going to be, from a long-term standpoint, are we creating the position because we had an anomaly with the number of collections? Or Is there a trend that you see that that's going to continue?
It just, it will continue on these delinquencies. It's not just for the personal, we're working on properties, because once they're 3 years in for 3 years past due, then we will do foreclosure. We're, working on people that will be going into foreclosure next year when we have time, and trying to get them on payment plans and get them so that we're not having to do the foreclosure process. So we're trying to enhance the whole collections so that we're not dealing with these foreclosure and distraint processes.
Is this, under a union contract or not?
It is union contract,
And when's it come due?
the contract. I'm not sure, if it's, when is the 1262?
1262. 2027.
So even if you desire to do this, you still got to go back through HR.
Well, my
It's-
understanding, which I could be wrong, is when we come to the personnel request here, anything that has to do with the union, Jessica will then go negotiate that, I guess. We can ask Jessica how exactly that works, but then if everything is approved through the union, approved through the board, then it becomes effective January 1.
Jessica, you got a minute?
Yeah, Deborah's correct. So anything union related would need to be approved by the union as well. So it requires both board and union approval.
So from what we've been talking about here, we're basically creating a new position. Would that be a correct statement?
It's not a new position, it is going to be a addition to the job description, so it'll be a change.
So all of that would need to be bargained with the union. So if the board gave approval to proceed, then I could bring that to the union.
Okay, so I'm trying to drop all my back union experience. Tell me how that works here. Is basically you're gonna have to, if this goes through here, you're gonna meet with the union and negotiate this and say, yeah, this is what we're doing, and make sure they're okay with it. And then it would
Correct.
become effective January 1?
Yeah, the final approval wouldn't happen until the board approved the entire budget, but if the union was agreeable to it, then it would be effective January 1.
Okay.
We're changing the union contract midstream, basically. Yeah.
Correct, yes.
A portion of it, yeah.
Yeah. Deborah, how many staff you have?
There's a total of 10 of us in my office,
Yeah.
including myself.
And how many would you consider management there?
Well, I have myself and my chief deputy treasurer. And then I have my investment banking officer. So I have, two parts to, I have the back office, which is accounting. So my chief deputy is basically supervisor. She covers the front office. And then my investment banking officer, I have 2 accounting specialists under her. And so she
Okay.
manages that section. But she's also does the banking and the investments. So she has a full-time job.
Perfect, thank you.
Deborah, what is an O and M fund again?
The O and M fund? The O and M fund is a special revenue fund that is funded by revenue that we receive for the foreclosure process. So we charge fees along the way when we're doing a foreclosure. We collect all the fees in there, and then like when we get ready for foreclosure, we order title reports and we pay for those out of there. And, we're paying postage for, and advertising, because we have to advertise all the foreclosure information in the paper for so many days and all those types of things.
So those funds are specifically set aside for that purpose.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay. No more questions for Deborah?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the list was the clerk's office, but it looks like we didn't communicate the right date. So she'll be here a little later. She's still going to make it, but we're going to move her down. And so then the next item that we'll discuss is actually my office, Office of Administrative Services or Financial Management. And so we are suggesting to inactivate our finance manager and return the department back down to, for finance, down to a finance director. And also at this time, we have a budget analyst. And we're recommending with the change and the change in some new duties, the analyst will assume to have a title change and a salary change for the budget analyst to become a senior budget analyst. She has been with the department a little over 2 years, and she's been cross-trained in several areas. And so that's the request that we're making today. And we can more than cover that with the elimination of the finance manager's position as well.
is this is gonna get repetitive. Is
she-
she under a union?
No, she is an exempt employee.
Okay.
She's not under a union contract. And prior to being in the finance department, she also has several years of experience. She was in purchasing with the county before that. So she's a long-term county employee with over 5 years' experience.
How many people you got over there, Kathy?
Well, right now we have 3 individuals, including myself. And when we make this change, we'll only have two, I'm wrong. 2 full-time employees. They are analyst, our finance director, and then we have a part-time male personnel that we oversee. And then we also oversee an accounting
Risk.
person that's partly ours and partly IT's. We share with IT. And then we also, the finance director oversees risk management, which is 2 individuals.
So with the elimination of the finance manager, then the management person would be the director when we find a new director.
Yeah, we would replace, when I retire, we'll have a finance director, 1 senior budget analyst for the duties of the budget. Any other questions? Are you ready to go to the next one? I don't think Stacy's here yet. So we'll go to the next one on my list is drug court. It's on page 2, starts on the top of page 2. And I'll ask Dallas to join us. Not gonna go over the page.
Oh, okay.
Thank God.
There's a lot of information there. There's a lot to digest. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dallas D. LaGrange, Therapeutic Courts Manager.
Okay, so Dallas has, next to drug court, it's mental health tax, and these are positions that were previously paid from the residuals from the mental health tax. So there were a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a total of 6 positions that had previously been paid from the mental health tax. And now they're no longer in the budget because those funds are earmarked right now for the jail, what's left of the residual. And so we're looking for approval to put those back in the budget, either on general fund or possibly on the opioid funds, because they do meet the qualifications of that particular earmarked fund. So he's going to talk a little bit about his justification for requesting these positions to stay in the budget.
Well, first and foremost, I don't know if there's anything in particular that while you're flipping through, but right now we have 2 drug court case managers that supervise 70 clients in drug court, 33 in mental health court, and between the family court and juvenile court, I have 1 case manager that oversees 12 clients, so 115 total.
He's also, we've noted that one of the positions has been vacant for quite some time. I believe position's been vacant since May of 2024. And so he is also, we recommended it, and I think he's okay with the fact that at this time, eliminating that position until there is sufficient caseload to add back someone, but that would eliminate one of the positions. And so he would only be asking for, I think it's 3 full-time positions and 2 1 part-time and 1 partial position that's already paid off a general fund, which is the juvenile court case aid.
That's correct. So we can go through a little bit of this real quick. It is a lot to digest, so I'm sorry about that. I know we talked previously about trying to get some data together. So the recidivism rates in Washington State, this is Washington drug courts, there's 88% have no new felonies after 3 years, and 77% of all therapeutic court programs have 77% less misdemeanor charges. So that is page 5. So flipping to Cowlitz, this is a little bit different. The previous program manager, he did a poll for graduates, and I mean, our numbers are better or very accurate or close to, with an 88% no misdemeanor conviction and a 90% no new felony convictions after therapeutic courts. So state data also shows that after entering into, this is page, it's hard to see the numbers, 7. So after entering into the therapeutic program, after 18 months, there was a 231% spike in employment, with 191% increase in wages after entering into the therapeutic court programs. So I contacted Ted last night after having some conversations, and he came up with these numbers, and they were pretty staggering in my opinion. So he gave me these without the opportunity where we could sit down and really get the exact numbers. And then unfortunately he got on a flight this morning and took off. So, but basically, I wish everybody could see this, but he threw out the numbers of potentially 25 people that are in the program. We have 115. So with those numbers, and I estimated at 75%. So that'd be 86 clients, and the numbers, you guys are seeing different numbers, but the 86 clients at 28,000 a year would bring in 2.4 million in direct economic impact. And then the indirect, he calculated it if between a 1.5 and a 2.0 times, and we average it in, that's 4.2 million that's coming back to local businesses, bringing in more revenue to our community. Any questions so far? Anything standing out?
You know how it compares to other treatment programs?
Other treatment programs such how, like what kind?
Well, there's a lot of places around here you can go if you have issues with drugs. Do you know how it compares to them?
So
Their recidivism rate and all that same information?
actually, if you flip to page 14, I did a comparison between prison-based DOSA and therapeutic courts. And the recidivism rates, and I have the sources cited on everything for you. The recidivism rates are much lower with therapeutic courts than they are with prison-based treatment. And prison-based treatment is extremely expensive because you have to pay for them to be incarcerated the whole time that they're getting services. And on top of that, then there's the extra cost of the programming while you're incarcerated.
Alice, where does the funding come from for those DOSA programs?
For the, that I could not tell you.
I'm assuming it's funded and paid for separately than the prison guards that we have in there, right? And then,
I couldn't speak on that. I don't know a ton on where the funds come from to the Department of Corrections. I'm assuming from the state somehow. Probably from taxes. But one of the things I would really like to highlight is what our program does. And so the next page after the drug court in the comparison, from September 18, 24 to September 18, 2025, our drug court completed 4,430 hours of community service in Cowlitz County. So with that, that's like a $72,000 if you equate it out to minimum wage that this program has given back to the community for community service. And an estimated, well, the equivalent jail time would have been 184 days, and at $120 a day at the county jail, saved $22,152. Which in the next one, the drug court participants were honored with cutting the ribbon at the North County Rec Center for Youth Sports Complex and Event Center. They put a lot of hours in there to give back to the community.
Where do we get the estimated days in jail? I mean,
Breaking down the hours.
yeah, are people that decide to go to drug court and those that not decide, they end up in, or we don't allow in the drug court, they go into jail and we count those days, or?
No, so that,
'Cause
sorry.
a lot of these crimes that used to go here, aren't they misdemeanor? They're not big stuff. They're not the.
So anybody that goes into the therapeutic courts, they are convicted of a felony charge. And in lieu of going to prison, they can opt into the program. But in the program, they're required to do a lot of things. And there's times where people do get sanctioned for community service rather than go and get sent to jail. And what we found out in its best practices now is putting people in custody doesn't help. It costs taxpayers a ton of money. So community service is one of the things that we we put out into the community. We have our clients go out and they give back rather than going sitting 24 hours in custody. That we put them to work.
So Dallas, I get the equivalent value that you've got as far as the minimum wage goes and the hourly rate. The one thing that I would question is the estimated jail cost avoided per day. Can you help me understand how that actually, how we monetize that? Because we're gonna have to have the same number of deputies in there, whether we have somebody that's, you know what I mean? We have to staff the facility
Mhm.
24/7. So how do we monetize, how do we get to that number?
At the 120 a day.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of the average for a 24-hour stay in jail.
So that's what it cost us.
Yes.
Above and beyond.
Yes.
Okay, I see.
It's very expensive. So flipping past the picture, love that picture, by the way. Between September 18, 2024 and September 18, 25, and I just did the mid-sentencing range of the 91 participants. There would have been 174 years spent in prison between our participants.
What is mid-sentencing?
So there's like a low end, high end, and then the mid. So there's sentencing ranges. I'm not the best at understanding that. If you would love to give that.
Michael Evans, Superior Court. So with every crime that's committed, there's a scoring grid. So you look at your priors and you look at the severity of the crime, and each crime will have a score. So for example, if you've got a score of 4 and you're charged with residential burglary, your range could be 51 to 64 months. Or if it's an assault 2, it's your first offense, it could be a range of 0 to 90 days. So by law, we have to sentence within that standard range, the 51 to 66 or 64 months. There's some extenuating circumstances where we can go beyond that, but generally it's going to be within that range. So that's the median point of the 51 to 66. That's what he's talking about.
So are you saying that we saved people 174 years of incarceration? Is that the point?
Absolutely. And that's if they only got mid-range. I was being very conservative with my numbers. I mean, the average cost, and this is, in the next page will give you the actual Department of Corrections costs for incarceration per year. And it's very broad. Like, there are some that could be up to 119,000 a year. And then there's some also down to roughly 56. So I averaged it all out, and the average cost is 72,858 a year. So with our 91 people, we are saving 6,630,000 a year by putting people into treatment, getting them help, and not incarcerating. And the total for all their sentences would have been 12,711,000. Well,
What page are you getting that off of?
so the next page is it's really a terrible printout, but it's all I could pull off of the internet
The cost per incarcerated
Yeah,
individual
yep,
per
yep.
day?
for 2024.
So are you just taking the average of those institutions?
Yes, sir. But with what we saved in just this last, for the 91 participants, we could have funded drug court for the next 15 years.
Do we know, I understand that we're getting an average of these institutions, but do we know what? If I go back to this here, to the page, the previous page, this is our Cowlitz County actual number.
What, for
That-
which
As far
one?
as what it's costing us. Because you came up with a $6 million figure.
Mhm. And that's averaging out through the state of prisons in Washington. Because these aren't people that are gonna go to county jail, they're going to prison.
That's what I'm missing. Okay, thank you. That's what I was wanting to know right there. Why are we using this?
So in these costs, like I said, this printout's very terrible. It's hard to see. But the cost per incarceration does not include admin services and also does not include the cost of offender programming. So when you were talking about like the prison DOSA in treatment, those numbers get a lot more expensive.
But that money is paid for by the state. That's not a direct It doesn't affect our budget when they go to state prison.
Right. So going back and looking through, since we got the DCCM from 2012, sorry, to 2025, we had a total of 439 completions. And 37 unsuccessful. Like these numbers there was no way for me to lump them all together to show like where the successful graduations compared to the non-successful. But the next page kind of gives you a bar graph showing, so you're not trying to sift through all the numbers. But I mean, it's roughly about close to 50-50 from 2012 to 2025 for the graduation rates. But since we've really been adhering to best practices, which would be the next page, our graduation rate jumped up 19%. And I mean, we're sitting at a 64% when you're from 2022 to 2025. And those numbers are just getting better.
And what did you say you attribute that to?
So adhering to best practices, following the state guidelines on how to work with clients, doing more community service rather than incarceration. What they found out over the years and years and years of data collection is putting people back to what they're used to doesn't help. Making people change helps. So 2024, we had an 81% success rate for completions, with 16% for unsuccessful. And the ones that I hate the most are the deaths. In 2025, we're already sitting at a 79% success rate, and we still have one more graduation to go in November. So our rates are getting much, much better. We're getting more successful people in our community. And just for yeah.
How many counties, if it saves that kind of money, how come every county isn't doing it? I don't know how many counties there are in the United States, but I think a figure I saw was like 33,000 plus had drug courts. So how come everybody isn't doing it? If it's really the savings are that obvious, how do I make that disconnect?
It's hard for me to say anything about a different county, but when you're sitting in very rural areas, it is difficult for people to get back and forth. So just for like Cowlitz County, it's really difficult for people to get to court when they don't have a license and they don't have a car, and then they have to get over to treatment. Then they have to get over to their mental health. Then they have to go over to do their community-based support groups. Then they have to get to do their community service hours. It's a lot of movement that we expect these clients to do. So sometimes in bigger areas, it's a little bit more difficult, or less populated areas. But you brought up something, Steve, on the potential for, so this is not, it hasn't been completed yet, but there is a possibility for the House Bill 1465 that's in committee right now, that we as the county could be paying 25% of Department of Correction costs for anybody going to prison. That is something that could potentially be coming up, and I have the slide on here so you can see it. There might be coming down from the state where we have to pay for DOC after already paying for prison.
Probably not a surprise in this state.
It's very
They
unfortunate.
just tax sales tax on services, which costs us a ton. So nothing surprises me about this state.
But pulling from the Washington State Institute for Policy, so here is kind of like the DOC supervision for SWIFT and Certains, and it's kind of the practice that DOC does right now. But you can look at the benefit cost summary per participant. And that's for the DOC. And the next page is for therapeutic courts. And after doing some calculations, it's roughly, we're sitting about $6,600 per participant that we spend on clients in drug court. And I mean, it's kind of on par with the net program cost. So I don't think we're out of the realm by saying we're sitting pretty accurate. But comparing the two, which is on the next page. So the therapeutic court program saves more money for taxpayers than Department of Corrections. Program one also helps the wider community. It yields a higher total benefit. The major downfall is the program does cost more, but it only costs more. If you're looking at them going to prison, it's significantly more to send them to prison than put them in Department of Corrections for supervision afterwards. Because when, like, let's say our drug court clients, there was no drug court, they went to prison, they did their sentence. Once they get out, they're on Department of Corrections. Department of Corrections is going to have them doing all the same things that we do. Except they spent however many years in prison and not getting the opportunity to make changes.
Dallas, can we go back to you did DLC supervision after prison and the HB 1465?
Yep.
Are you making the assumption that 25% cost is already included in that 6,900, or is it not included in that?
This is brand new, so I'm assuming no, because this is public policy from last year.
So would that 6,900 go up by 25% is what you're saying?
Well, this is saying the state is going to be required, or the counties are going to be required for anybody sent to prison that they're going to be taking 25% of the cost after already paying for their incarceration. And with therapeutic courts, and we avoid, the hope is to avoid going to prison, to get them the help that they need, to get them out working, get them back with their families, so then they can be members of society, not costing taxpayers any money.
Okay, so you're saying that 25% is gonna be charged to us while they're incarcerated.
After.
This is after.
After. That 25% is going to be for Department of Corrections supervision fees
So
after
then this
prison.
will go up by 25%.
So with, yep.
To me, that's kind of apples and oranges. I have no control over what the state does.
Understandable.
And these figures all come from Washington State Institute for Public Policy.
Those two here and here do, yes. The links are right there. So for all that rambling, basically what I'm here to ask is if we can fund the staff out of either the general fund or the opioid settlement money, that would be a benefit to our community.
Dallas, to Chairman Dahl's point about we can't control what the state does. Why do we have HB 1465 and these DLC supervision after prison? Why is that in this if we have no control over that?
Well, I think it's just important to understand the whole picture. We don't get a say whether, it comes from the state. You're correct. But I think it's really important to understand how much funds get pumped into people going to prison when we can help them before that's the case.
Okay, so you put it in here so that we would say this would prevent these costs.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
cost avoidance.
We're assuming cost avoidance.
Assuming.
This we've had this discussion on these before, so I've tried to do research and I've quoted this before and I got told I'm just looking at programs that match what I'm looking for, and that's absolutely not true. I look at studies that look like they make sense, that they're not predetermined to come up with a idea. And some of them, there's one down in Multnomah County that said, yeah, it saves a little money. There's one in Baltimore that said, that didn't save us anything. So it's kind of all over the board. That's why I question why, if it's saving millions, the best one I heard was untold millions, then everybody would be doing it. And so I'm trying to figure that disconnect. We put it to a vote, the public turned it down close to 60%, 58.15. So how do we explain that? That we said, okay, when we stopped the behavioral tax, we were asked to put this to a advisory vote to see what the public wanted. And we said, yeah, if the public says we'd like to keep that running, we'll take another look at that. And they said they don't. And if I counted the number of precincts right, only 6 out of 92 precincts voted for it. So how do I square that? Why do you think the public says, I don't think we need it?
I think the unfortunate thing is therapeutic courts have kind of been working behind the curtains for a very long time, just doing their jobs and not being out in the public more. And I think that was a disservice to the program. I think if people really knew what the clients were having to do, I think they would understand that there's way more work involved with going and finishing this program than going, sitting a year, 2 years, 10 years in a prison cell. They do a lot of work. And unfortunately, it hasn't been, and we don't do it in the public eye. And I think that's been the biggest downfall. People look at therapeutic courts as a get out of jail free card, and it is not.
I don't think it's that complicated. I think that public by and large looks at one thing and one thing only, taxes. No more taxes. And they get focused on that one thing and they look at that bottom line. And depending what goes into a voter's pamphlet, good or bad, what it says, people look at that bottom line. Is it taxes? People are fed up with taxes. And I don't care what the subject matter is. It's pretty hard to sell anything if you're trying to get the public to say, yeah, take more money out of my pocket. So I don't think it's as complicated. The two things to me were not even linked together. I don't think that anything to do with drug court, voters' mind was linked to the fact that it was taxes. So I think very few of the voters who voted on that knew what the subject matter was. Yeah, it was there and it was available for them. But I don't think very many people had a clue what they were voting on other than taxes, yes or no.
No tax.
Well, I would disagree with that. I read through and I don't have it sitting right in front of me, it's on my phone, but I read through the voters pamphlet and it was pretty clear what they wanted with the behavioral tax. But I do agree, the public's kind of fed up with tax, especially in Washington State.
I don't like taxes either. I would prefer my taxes go to local rather than, I would like to see my money spent wisely. Any more questions?
I think we're good.
I don't, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if Stacy, we're going to jump back to page 1 for Superior Court Clerk. And we have, Stacy has several items on the list, but the first section that she has on the list is, she did, as well as drug court, have positions that were funded off the mental health tax, and that's why you see those separately. She had, I think well, sorry. She had a couple of positions that were partially paid off of the mental health tax. And then in addition to that, she also has positions that she's asking for a title and salary change. And so those are all listed under clerk. And then some of her clerks to encompass were in law and justice area. And so we looked at that in law and justice. She's wanting to also have a title salary change on those as well. But the Law and Justice Fund is not capable of handling any additional expenditures. So if we were to do that, one of the positions would have to be partially moved off and moved over to general fund. So a little confusing, but in total, her request is asking for some additional title salary changes for positions that she has. And she has agreed to eliminate a position in order to cover fully the positions that were partially paid with the mental health tax. So that's why it's a net cost to the county of $0 for the mental health tax part. If that makes any sense. So I'll let her explain her request for title and salary changes.
Hi. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stacy Michaelbus, County Clerk. I would like to start today with my reclassification request for Chief Deputy. All of the chief deputies, and this is not just doesn't just apply to my office for this request. All chief deputies were reclassified back in 2020. Equalization among all the elected officials, chief deputies. All of our chief deputies are required to assume responsibilities of the elected official when we're out of office. And the current structure has been modified now to change one of the deputy auditor and accounting services, or the chief deputy auditor to accounting services supervisor as well. It was reclassified from 540 to salary grade 560. In order to create unity again, I am requesting that this change be retroactive to January 1 in correlation with that reclassification. And I'm requesting that it be applied to the assessor, the clerk, the coroner, and the treasurer, who all have those chief deputies. Also requesting a reclassification of my office manager position. The office manager in my office is at salary grade 530 right now. She should be at 540 in comparison to the other office manager positions within the county. Elections manager, building and planning, public defense, and the office administrator, the prosecuting attorney's office. Both of these positions are extremely needed in our department. They supervise a staff of 23 and take on a lot of extra duties. We've had a lot of changes, a lot of training going on, and they're doing the majority of our staff training now, writing manuals for the office and doing, a lot of administrative tasks that need to be completed for our office. The major request that I have is a reclassification of the office. Our deputies right now are classified as basically an entry-level position within the county. Our office is not an entry-level position. The things that happen in our office are not something that is across the board other offices are subjected to. Their salary does not recognize the importance of the positions, the duties that they perform. We are responsible for the permanent records for Superior Court. They handle all kinds of the felony, the civil cases. We've touched on this a little bit a couple weeks ago when I was here, and the case filings and documents that we have. We manage the juries for both district and superior courts. Our office is not typical average office positions. Our front counter staff are subjected to a lot every day. Yesterday alone, they helped over 250 people at our front counter. That is a lot of people spread between 3 customer service windows. So they're moving and shaking all day long. They're dealing with violent offenders. They're dealing with victims of domestic violence. They're dealing with parents that are losing their children, people that are being evicted from their homes. Anybody that's going through something in Superior Court is not in our office having a good day. So those 250 people, one of the staff that I talked with this morning, she said that she was about in tears yesterday with one of our local attorneys that was so angry and so rude. She got an apology later in the afternoon, but it doesn't help at the time. So that's kind of what they're dealing with at our front counter is a lot of people that are not having a good day. And of course, they take it out on the clerks up there. Our courtroom clerks, they're exposed to even worse. We sit in the courtroom and we clerk trials where we're witnessing a video of a stabbing. They actually have to watch that. We've had a case with surveillance of surveillance footage of child molestations. Autopsy, crime scene photographs, testimony of witnesses, victims of rape, child molestation, victim impact statements are read at sentencings. The exhibits alone, we have bloody clothes, weapons, we're marking drugs. So they're dealing with a lot of heinous things that shouldn't be considered an entry-level position. I've included our proposed salary structure. It's comparable to other positions within the county that are currently in these categories. We have a letter of support from our local union president who I've attached her letter, and she agrees that our office is not an entry-level position. One of the things that she says in here is that the salary grade should better reflect the nature of their work, improve the marketing of the position, attract and retain qualified candidates, improve the quality of life for the members. She says deputy clerks are subjected to testimony and evidence that can be traumatic and bear an emotional toll. To my knowledge, this exposure to trauma is not felt elsewhere in our bargaining unit. And she's right. The members of 1262 don't typically have to deal with the things that are seen and dealt with in my office. So that would be our request. We are struggling with positions. We lose people. I think we're up to, since I did this, 10 in the last 2 years that we've lost during our probationary period of 6 months. This training is very extensive, as you can imagine, and it's just not something that all people are cut out for. A lot of people can't take that, so we've lost a lot of people during that probationary period. We are losing staff members to other departments that they can go and have the potential to earn more money and not deal with the negativity that they're dealing with in our office. So training and staff turnover is a really big issue in our office. It takes a lot of time and a lot of money to recruit, train, and trying to retain employees that can, like I said, can leave the office for more money in another department is really difficult.
And I need to add that Stacy is also willing to, there's a position for an accounting specialist that's been vacant since 2023, and she is willing to give up that position at this time and activate it in order to also help offset the cost for the salary adjustments that she's requesting. So in total, her salary adjustment request will be a cost to the county of $95,558 after that change.
So are all these positions union jobs? That you're,
The two
to reclassify?
supervisory positions, the deputy chief and the office manager are not union.
Okay.
Everyone else in my office is union.
I guess trying to get my head around. When you said it was reclassified in 2020, was that the right date? They were all reclassified in 2020?
No, just the chief deputies were reclassified.
Just chief deputy.
The elected officials, chief deputies were all reclassified in 2020.
And what was the 2022 date that was up? Where did I see it?
I don't know.
When is this current contract back up for renegotiation?
The current, I don't,
Is it 1262?
So-
2027.
So Jessica, this might be a question for you, but how do the unions look at us wanting to renegotiate these contracts in the middle of the contract?
Happily,
Jessica?
very happily when we're going up,
Going
but
up,
not if we
yeah.
want to go down.
Is this the 2022 you're looking at? That was your-
Yeah. That was the number I was looking for.
I mean, is it common practice
Right-
to do?
Yeah,
what we're
right there
doing?
on the front.
This would be a large request.
Clerk.
This impacts a lot of positions. A lot of positions within the contract would likely be impacted by this, as well as positions outside of the contract, based off of comparable positions. So, right, this would be a large request, and typically we wouldn't do this mid-contract, so.
I heard you say you had 23 staff.
approximately 23 positions, give or take, because we have openings. Like I said, we lose a lot of people during that probationary period.
And obviously we have one elected and then other than that, how many of the 23 would you say are management? Is it these two down at the bottom here or is there others?
Yes, it's the two at the bottom.
Kathy, this might be a question for you, but it's been mentioned a couple of times today already with these asks. Can you help me understand how having a vacant position for a certain amount of time is a concession to give it back when it isn't filled?
When we have a position in the budget, that position is taking budget capacity and setting it aside for that position for the entire year and the benefits associated with that position. So releasing it releases budget capacity back to the county. In the end, if the position stayed vacant the entire year, it comes back to the general fund as well. But by releasing it immediately, it comes back to the general fund and reduces the amount of resources required for the general fund. Does that make sense?
If it's a full-time position and it's in the budget, even though it's empty, the monetary value for that full-time position is reflected in the budget.
For the entire
In
year?
case you feel it.
Yes. Just in case you fill it.
Yeah.
And then waiting till the end of the year for it to come back to the general fund. So by releasing it, we give budget capacity back to the general fund.
So I understand that. I guess my question is, when it sits vacant, do we have anything that says there needs to be some sort of active, you need to be like trying to fill the position so that it doesn't just sit there and we're setting funds on the sideline that we can't allocate that are being essentially used for a cushion within the budget that we could use for other things during the year, and then they're just given back to us at the end of the year.
Yeah, you got it. You got the scenario.
And I can tell you that we are actively trying to fill our positions. Like I said, 8 people during probationary period. We had four applicants that we were prepared to hire. We offered them positions as soon as they found out the salary was non-negotiable, they turned us down. So it's not like we're not filling positions. It's not for lack of trying. We're having a hard time getting the quality applicants that we need.
Yeah, I wasn't directing that at you. I'm just, overall, that seems to be a
Right.
common thing that I've heard multiple times today. So.
Okay,
Okay, no additional questions. We'll move to the next. Thank you. Okay, so the next department, going back to the list, we are at juvenile probation. And so for juvenile probation, we have a position that was on the mental health tax, and we'll note it's no longer on that fund source. So they are proposing to inactivate a position of probation officer in order to fully fund a position that was paid by mental health tax, which I believe it was a clinician. So it wasn't in probation now, right? And so it just so happens that those positions are exactly the same salary amount. And so the net impact to the general fund is 0. But we wanted to show the trail of how we're funding that mental health tax position now to put it permanently back into the budget.
So is this one of the situations that I just asked about, or is this actually a position that we're eliminating? That's
We're-
filled?
It's not filled, it's vacant, and we're eliminating it.
Okay.
And then we're keeping the position, but we do have the position for the clinician that is actually filled right now,
Correct.
right? So we're finding a fund source for 2026.
George, I don't remember, what was did you have an overall reduction in your budget?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. George Moya, Juvenile Court Administrator. What was the question again, sir?
Did you have an overall reduction in your budget?
For this upcoming 2026, yes.
You remember what it was?
I was trying to remember that number. I think it's somewhere in the ballpark about $180,000 less than the 2025 budget a year.
are all your positions, you're probably not, but are all these under union contract?
So our department it's a little bit of a mix in terms of our staff. So we have administrative staff that are our union positions, and we have juvenile probation counselors, also known as JPCs, that are non-union.
Okay,
So 2 distinct groups.
how many employees do you have?
For probation alone is 12, not including myself.
So this new position that you're creating, with regards to the mental health tax, is that part of the behavioral health court system?
So this position encompasses a lot of areas for our juvenile court. This position has been filled since, give me just a second, I have that number here. May 1st of 2019, and that was funded through the behavioral health tax. And the major components to this position, it helps triage youth in detention. It helps us triage youth on probation caseloads. And even for youth that are not on any probation, on any probation caseload, but are doing some preventative services. So this position encompasses two major departments, along with education for our staff. So it helps us to stay on the forefront of mental health issues and what's best practice and how to triage those situations. We have a lot of youth that are on different acuity levels when it comes to their mental health. So this position is very valuable to both departments, not just one.
Do we have any services through the juvenile system that are provided to us through CIHS or Great Rivers?
No, so meaning funding from them?
Yeah.
No. No, we don't.
They provide services and by way of people?
I'm sure they're providing services by way of insurance, maybe. But we operate in, especially the programs that we do, most of our programs that we have in-house are evidence-based programs run by the state and provided by state grants. But the benefit to youth through a different source, maybe a community resource, maybe an outpatient type service that they're getting insurance funding through in that regard. We, as a juvenile court, don't receive funding directly from them, no. I wish we did, but we don't.
So these 12 employees, are they what you would call probation officers?
So we have 6 probation counselors, 1 lead probation counselor, and 3 administrative staff. And just to give you an idea,
Of the 12, there's one of those is in management?
so for our management, I would say almost 1.5. I have 1 court services manager, and the 0.5 would be our lead probation counselor, who has management-like duties, but not necessarily considered and classified as management.
But he's not union.
He's non-union,
Okay.
correct.
So roughly of the 12, 7 work as probation officers?
6
Six?
probation counselors, yes.
And how many cases do they handle?
So it all depends on the year, the month. But aside from the actual caseload, they do a lot more than just a caseload. A lot of our probation counselors are also running programs or help running programs. A lot of them are involved with specialized caseloads, like, for example, sex offender caseload or therapeutic courts. Our probation counselor is involved with therapeutic courts. So it varies based on the programs that we're running and the way we're structured. In regards to that, so if we're looking at 6 probation counselors and 3 administrative staff, that is 12 individuals that in one way, shape, or form, indirectly or directly, are having to handle. Our department alone these are just 2024 statistics. Our department handled 237 offender case filings. We had 142 diversion cases. We had 263 police referrals. We had 265 truancy filings, and we have 14 at-risk youth petitions. So it's not necessarily just about a caseload. Again, the work may come in directly and not just caseload involvement. So we have youth that are on community supervision, as we call it, probation, and non-probation youth. And so the workload is there as well.
Do we know what the number is in district court?
Probation monitored, is that what you're asking? Yes, I do, actually. Right now, these are point in time counts, and so the last one I have, so the 4 probation officers all have between 175 and 200 active people they're monitoring on probation.
So you have 7 in probation, but 4 of them are officers.
Yes, Six, I'm sorry, it was 6 people in the probation department, 4 probation officers. The other 2 are administrative staff. But
Four officers and.
Yes.
Give me that number again. Between,
175 to 200 active
okay,
probationers per officer. And then the admin staff monitors about 70 people on just taking classes, not formal, full probation.
okay. Thanks, Molly. And George, you said I heard a number like 235 or something like that for last year.
What number are we talking about?
You were reading off some numbers there.
Oh, the number of cases, like offender filings? Yes, 237, and this is 2024 statistics.
But those are just sex offender filings.
No, these are all offender
That's all
filings.
filings.
Correct. And that encompasses, it can be from misdemeanors to felonies. I don't have the distinction between those two within that number. I don't have that.
So those 237 or whatever are shared amongst those 6 officers.
In one way, shape, or form, directly or indirectly. Mhm.
That's across a 12-month period.
Correct.
Right.
This is, 2024 only.
But we don't know how much one officer has like right now.
Well, we do, and I think I presented, I'm not sure if you have the information before you, and I can certainly provide a copy of that. Oh, okay. So, just to give you an example, I'll choose December of 2024. There were 88 youth on probation, active probation, in 2024 for that month. And that month varies
So,
because.
so for that 1 month, then is it fair to say 88 divided by 6 would be giving an average of what an officer
you
would
could do
handle
that.
for that 1 month?
Absolutely, you can do that. It just doesn't account for the diversion cases that are not part of
Gotcha.
that caseload and other cases that I was talking about.
Gotcha.
Correct. Yeah. And may I say that the mental health position is not a position that carries a caseload per se. You know, this is a position that's stretched in every direction, from therapeutic courts to detention,
Yeah.
to triage, even to our community. Any parent can come from the community, whether their kid is involved with our juvenile court system or not. They can come in simply asking for a resource or information, and especially having to do with mental health. We can certainly refer to Mr. John London, who's our clinician, who has not only experience in mental health, but SUD as well, substance use disorders. Mhm. And this would be a budget
Okay.
neutral, as Kathy had mentioned. Same salary scale. Mhm.
Is everything, Kathy, is everything over there paid out in general?
Yes.
Okay. We're just looking at, just
Probation,
looking at, yeah, stuff that we had,
right.
okay.
So almost everything that we're talking about today is, almost everything is
Result of,
general fund.
yeah, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, George.
Okay.
George?
Thanks, George. Thanks, Ted. Okay, after probation, we will go to Office of Public Defense. They have actually 2 different categories. The first category is those positions that were, and we're bringing Ian up, those positions that were partially funded by the mental health tax. They ranged anywhere from 2% to 100%. There's 3 positions related to that. That's 200 with benefits, 200 and almost 271,000. And then in addition to that, when Ian presented last week, it's
It's a blur.
yeah, it's a blur. Last week, he also made mention that he was requesting 1 new position for a public defense attorney, and I believe in the area of district court. And so that's a position with benefits that's almost $82,000. So that's the separation there. So I'll let him speak to justification. He does not have any positions at this time to offer to inactivate, to cover the mental health tax positions. Like I said, he's asking for and then he's asking for a new position.
So yes, I'm in the unenviable position of understanding the commissioner's prerogative to kind of tighten up the budget, and I'm here increasing it on all fronts. But these are full-time positions. The reason I'm boxed into the caseload standards that we did talk about last week, as I presented, the existing senior attorney positions that were funded, one was 73%, one was only 2%, and the paralegal position was 100%. Are positions I can't afford to lose and still keep up with this kind of crunch that's being imposed on us. The additional office position I'm asking for is a full-time attorney position. It's an entry-level position for district court. That is where we'll feel the new standards quickest. The dramatic drop. Currently, I can assign a misdemeanor attorney 400 cases. We're supposed to be down to 120 as the new standard in 10 years. So we have to make this kind of 10% crawl to that at the current plan. Again, there is a review period set in place by the Supreme Court in 3 years. My hope is that whatever they're hearing from the bigger counties that really forced this on us is met, they're satisfied, we can stop at that point in time, but that right now is just an optimistic hope. The writing currently on the wall is we have to decrease caseloads for felony attorneys by 69% and caseloads for misdemeanor district court attorneys by 70%. So that being said, I think that the seriousness, the kind of the severity of that is understood by the commissioners by this point. I am only asking for an additional attorney at this time. And that is, I think, all I'll need for 2026. I do intend to not ask for things I don't know I need. So this is a need, not a want. The average for 2024 for my 3 district court attorneys that we currently have was 320. There is a change, as we've talked about earlier, in the felony VUXA possession, the simple possession, controlled substance possession becoming a misdemeanor. So we have seen a decline in felony chargings and an increase in misdemeanor charging. So this attorney would basically step right into the trenches on that front, handling misdemeanor charges so that we don't get to a point where I have 3 district court attorneys all on the verge of reaching their caseload cap. And then I would be coming back to you in an emergency need saying basically I can't assign any more attorneys to a salaried employee for the rest of the year, which is really kind of the worst case scenario that I can see from the caseload standards is we just have a salary employee who's met their quota and is now basically due to the standards just shut down as far as new case assignments. So this is again an ask so that we're not in that position in 2026.
Where'd you say you're at right now, Ian?
So in 2025, we are probably going to be just around 340 case assignments for each of my district court attorneys. There are 3. I've started to assign some cases to felony attorneys just to make sure we don't even approach, even though we have room, just for burnout reasons. I don't want to overburden them. So we have some felony attorneys working misdemeanor cases at this time just to give them a cushion, so to speak. I also have a district court attorney starting in November, and then at November 1, we'll be fully staffed. So that's a positive. We are still hiring and we're now at capacity and moving into the 3rd floor of our building too as we expand. So those are good things. There are public defense offices in the state dealing with this caseload standards and understaffed, and that's a real tough bind for them to be in. But luckily we're drawing people here and we're fully staffed.
These first two on here that make up like 75%, 73 and
yes.
2%. If they weren't in the mix in 25, do you have any idea what that 340 would be?
So the 73% attorney in our office, that is, you'll see it's a senior position. They're actually not dealing with misdemeanors only. They're our therapeutic court attorney. So they are doing the individuals that have been enrolled in drug court.
So they don't have any effect on this?
They do. They have a caseload. It's a mixed caseload. So it's not just misdemeanor points. It's not just felony points. And it's actually odd because their cases are basically in a deferred prosecution type setting. They aren't currently being prosecuted in court. So as far as counting case points, that's results driven, how many points they're assigned. And I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but basically, if
So-
someone's kicked out of drug court, they move to a sentencing hearing. They've already given up their right to trial. So then points would be assessed based on the results of somebody in
Okay.
therapeutic court.
So are they going to be doing the same function even though they'd be paid out of a different way? You're
Yeah.
asking for a different way?
Yes. And that's there's only one of those
Do they
attorneys in my office.
do this function if drug court operating through us or it's operating differently? Is that function still there?
Yes, it's still there. And this attorney also handles all the ITA, the involuntary treatment individuals in the hospital. They also handle that as well. So they're pretty much a hybrid position that handles a lot of unique fields. Their caseload, though, is the only one like that in the office, where it's misdemeanors, felonies, as well as civil commitments in the hospital. So it's a unique caseload. But it would still,
So they
yes.
still need to handle those. I guess where was trying to get at or get an idea on if their function were to change, then would you need that new attorney? Would that cover some of what you expected increase? But what I'm hearing is they're gonna maintain and still do what they,
Yes,
They do.
that will still be a need
Okay.
regardless.
all right.
Ian, what's your plan to reduce the caseload next year?
Basically, with the addition of this one attorney, it's just a matter of spreading it around. And that's what really has caused this caseload issue across the state, is mismanagement. We track on a monthly basis. I mean, day by day, as cases get filed by the prosecutor's office, I see who has been assigned how many cases in the year, as well as in the month. And we keep regulated on a year plan. So, I mean, if somebody has a busy month and they happen to get a high-ranking case that counts as several points with the case weighting, they are assigned less cases for the remainder of the month and likely the following month as well. So it's just with an additional person, it's more people to spread it around to.
So are you planning on reducing it like 10% a year, 15?
I am on the 10% track, yes. So that is exactly my plan. And I was loud in the group meetings. I plan to be louder, and we're actually going to be uniting with a couple counties in voicing our concerns about the full 10 steps being imposed, at least on smaller counties. If the larger counties
They're
want
gonna
it,
break some of these counties.
yeah, some of the larger
Just
counties have actually
insane.
gone straight to the 10th step. They've already imposed the cuts. So
Well, when they get done with that money tree, would you send it our way?
be nice, but
How many total employees do you have, Ian?
currently, I'm going to count the one that starts on November 1. We have 21. And that is 13 attorneys and 8 support staff that include 2 paralegals and an office manager.
Of the 21, how many would you say have management?
I have a deputy director. I would definitely say he has management kind of under his umbrella of.
There's some,
And as far as my senior attorneys, that's kind of what gets them to that higher position. I have 4 senior attorneys, so I would assign management, I would say more supervising role to those 4,
okay,
along with myself and my deputy director.
okay.
And then management as far as my support staff, my office manager definitely has that under her job description.
Ian, I know that these positions here are gonna add 270, but do you remember what your net position was with the reduction on the rent things as far as your budget's concerned?
I should have brought my budget numbers. Maybe Kathy can help me out.
Off the top of my head, their rent was a little bit of, I'm thinking about the numbers because it went up, but their rent was about 95,000 a year.
A year, yeah.
A year, and then that's gone away, but then they had to put back in place the monthly fees for the condo association fees.
We
That's
decided
about
another
39,000, 40,000.
Yeah,
So the net on that is about 50,000 savings by not having to rent.
yeah.
Yeah, and I can follow that up, but I think it was a little over 50,000, 52 maybe.
But do you remember what the overall was for your whole budget with
No,
this?
we were paying
Yeah, no,
$8,000 a month in rent, if not more.
Yep.
So I don't know off the top of my head, but
yeah, just in the rent, it was about a 50,000 savings.
Overall or just on the rent?
Just on the difference between the rent and the association fees.
But I'm asking about
Oh.
his whole budget. What's the net position? What's that bottom line?
I don't know. He had several that had to increase because they are taking on additional space, so I think he had copier that was going up. So he had several lines that were going up, then he had some that were going down. So,
might be able to pull up my budget numbers. Give
You're
them
talking
to
about
you.
the whole public defense
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
I'll have to pull that up for you. I don't think I can get that right away.
okay, any other questions for Ian?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to the next one, which is our prosecuting attorney office. And they are unfortunately in the same situation. They had several positions that were funded on the mental health tax, and they were percentages of individuals. So you'll see that it's small amounts. And then what he's done is he's offered one position that is a senior prosecuting attorney, and he will change that to an entry-level deputy prosecuting attorney. I think that person's maybe leaving or left already. So, so that's a savings of about $46,000. And so on this sheet, we're showing a total cost to general fund of about 64,000, but I'm not showing on here that he's also going to transfer in for the next 2 years, 25,000 from a special drug fund to help offset that. So that would be a net increase in expense to his department of approximately less than $40,000 for these items. But at this time, like I said, it's just pieces of positions. And so we need to fully fund that and my recommendation is from the general fund. And he had a wonderful list that he shows things that they've changed and done for the last couple of years in savings to the general fund. So I'll let him explain that.
Have you guys had a chance to review, I guess, at least my handout or that was provided for budget purposes? No?
No.
Okay.
So if you want,
So I guess some brief background, basically here on the mental health sales tax dollars. For my office, that started January of 2018. It originally was a full-time DPA that was funded. Since 2018, it's kind of morphed into partials for employees, including myself, 2 DPAs, I think 27 and 21%, a couple legal specialists and a paralegal. So it kind of morphed from a full-time position to partials of 5 positions. I think what happened is through the budget processes, perhaps the board or budgeting, money was just kind of moved around at different positions on people in my office that touched, cases related to therapeutics or ITAs or diversions, things of that nature. So it kind of morphed from one position to partials of 4 or 5 different positions. So my request is basically to retain the same amount of FTEs that I have. Currently, I have 2 full-time deputy positions that are open. One of those is being backfilled by an attorney who worked in my office, went to Multnomah County, lasted 2 weeks, didn't like the culture, is now partially retired and working 2 days a week now, up until recently 3 days a week, but he's also done at the end of the year. So he's kind of been backfilling one of those full-time FTEs. So we did lose an individual about a month or 2 ago, who was that senior DPA that we had recently hired. The goal is to find somebody new. Part of my, I guess, potential funding sources, as she pointed out, I do have a drug fund, which was a county created many, many, many years ago. So back when individuals were found guilty of drug crimes, they were required to pay a legal financial obligation of a drug fund, which basically went into a fund that I control. We no longer, or legal financial obligations are much more minimal now imposed compared to what they used to be. The drug fund is something that has accumulated up to about $250,000. It's not going to be continued to be funded from here, into the future. So it's not really a fund that is going to be growing, but it has steadily grown over the last 10 years from about $100,000 to $250,000. I've been saving it as a rainy day fund. I have utilized a portion of it to help our task force pay for furniture and stuff a few years back. But nonetheless, I held on to it thinking I might need it to utilize it for budgeting purposes. So my proposal was to utilize about $25,000 a year for the next 2 years, which would be about 1/5 of that fund in order to help make up some of this difference. I could also, my extra help line item is generally right around $39,000 or $40,000. We had previously utilized that for an employee who worked part-time, who is now full-time. We've never refilled that position as an office specialist, but that is the money I believe we're using now for this part-time attorney. So I would like to keep some money in extra help. Reason being is if I do need somebody temporarily part-time, or if we have, let's say, Rule 9 future attorney internships that we would pay for the summer or whatnot. So I probably don't need $40,000, but that can be reduced. Just a few of the things that we've done this past budget cycle that I did identify is that last year we did consolidate our child support services, which used to have its individual office over on Commerce. It is now internally within the Hall of Justice. That was a 10-year lease that expired last year, and so we moved them into our office. There was a little bit of remodeling that happened, but that lease was about just under $5,000 a month. We have 2 child support attorneys. The most recent one I hired, we had an individual retire. I replaced that individual with a 0.8 FTE, so I've reduced it from a 1.0 to a 0.8. 2024, I did not fill an interviewer position at Child Support Services when somebody retired. As I kind of pointed out, I haven't refilled our part-time office specialist position, which is paid out of extra help. And then in 2024, we also eliminated our motor pool vehicle, which was about $5,200 a year, but now we're paying mileage, so we'll see how that works out. So just a few of the things that we've done over this past budget cycle that I think have been cost-effective, cost-saving. So any questions?
Yeah, Ryan, you have your senior DPA POS. In your words, what's a POS?
POS.
It's prosecuting. It's abbreviation for prosecuting.
Oh.
It's my office that did that abbreviation.
Okay. I thought Ryan was being funny because you know how he is. He put POS in there. So.
You got spell checked.
Well, the guy did leave, so
Yeah.
Are these,
After a few meetings.
these attorneys that you've got these percentages on, I know that a lot of the things that were funded through the mental health tax were statutory required and some of them were not. Are these what they're representing? Is it part of the statutory requirement that we have to fund the programs?
So generally speaking, who's being funded is who's handling the therapeutic. So for example, obviously drug court, mental health court, ITAs. So the attorneys that, it's kind of changed actually more recently on who's doing things, but that's generally, I guess, the numbers that we came up that reflected their duties as part of their, so 100%. So obviously drug court, I presume drug court's the 27%, mental health court the 21%. So kind of trying to put a percentage on their duties associated with their overall duties.
I guess my question to you would be the same as to Ian, if would these duties still be there?
Would what, sorry?
Would they still be doing the same functions?
Somebody would be assigned these same functions within the office, yes. Historically, pre-2018, we had a felony DPA that would do drug court. Mental health court is newer. For example, in juvenile court, you have safe court, and now you also have ITC court. Generally, the juvenile deputy handles those. So generally, pre-2018, it's been somebody,
Right.
handling Superior Court, juvenile court, et cetera, district court.
You know how many total people you have, Ryan?
33.
Okay.
So that would be including myself, 18 attorneys, 15 staff, 1.8 child support deputies, 2 staff members for child support, 3 civil attorneys, the rest criminal, so 12 criminal.
So tracking in line with Chairman Dahl's question, and with regards to these percentages, are we, let's just say that we choose not to fund any of those courts. That was my question originally. Are any of those statutorily required that we have to fund? And if not, is the need for these attorneys still there?
I would say the need is still there. I think I don't have the numbers with me. I can bring them back in a couple of weeks, but if I compare the amount of attorneys and staff that my office has compared to other counties, we're probably low. You had asked Ian how many cases his district court people handle out of the 3 of them, and I think he was just under 400. I have 2 individuals in district court. We have about 1,600 filings a year, so about 800 each. So the case numbers are already out of whack as to what my people have to handle versus his people. And I think that applies to Superior Court and District Court. Where there is, I guess, parity, I have 1 juvenile deputy, he has 1 juvenile person, so they both handle those caseloads. But, obviously that is going to alter with each of the next 10 years with the reduction of basically 10% per year on public defense, if that's the route they're going. The number of cases that my people have to handle will just drastically increase compared to what his people are handling despite getting paid the same money, which I personally think is ridiculous. But what that's going to allow them to do is obviously, presumably, spend more time per case, which is going to put more of a workload on my people on a caseload they already have. So
Here's a novel idea. Let the attorneys decide how much they want to handle, not the courts telling them
yeah, or
for that. Of the 33, I know you would be management, but other than that, how many would you consider you give management duties to?
so office manager over staff. And then on the civil and the criminal side, I have Doug, so chief civil deputy, who basically supervises the 2 other civil deputies. And then Eric Benson, who's the chief criminal deputy, supervising the 12 attorneys. And then we also do have Tony Carlo, who's an assistant chief, so I'd say 4.
Okay, thanks.
And do you have any vacancies right now?
I currently have two, no staff, well, minus that part-time position that we never filled. I have 2 attorney vacancies. I more count at like 1.6 now because I have that part-time individual.
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Actually, I just do have one other comment, just when we're talking about, what my people have to deal with. Prosecutors aren't just dealing with prosecuting crimes. We have to deal with everything post-conviction as well, which means appeals. So generally, if somebody's found guilty at a trial, they have the right to appeal within 30 days. Those then go up to the Court of Appeals to get handled, to review obviously the trial and the proceedings, and if there are any errors. Generally, they get assigned a public defender, or not a public defender, an appellate attorney to handle their appeal for them. My office still has to handle those. I think last year we were between appeals and personal restraint petitions. I'm just gonna say we're about 70 to 80 a year. So that's, in my office, you do the trial, you win, great. Now you have to do the appeal. Personal restraint petitions apply to generally within a year after their judgment sentence. So we have to deal with appeals and the personal restraint petitions, up to the higher courts. And then there's other things that I did point out, for example, clemency petitions. We had 2 of those recently on the clemency board that had hearings. We have 2 more that are scheduled for hearings at some point in the near future. 6164 petitions. Blake firearm right restorations, motions for legal financial obligations, motions to vacate convictions, civil commitments involving insanity, sex offender registration relief. So just a bunch of things that we have to deal with aside from specific number of cases, whether that's about 1,650 in district court, a couple hundred in juvenile court, or 1,200 in superior court for felonies. So a lot of those things I'm actually doing right now. I'd rather not, but nonetheless, just some commentary as to, aside from just prosecuting cases going to trial, what we have to deal with on a daily basis.
You said right now your attorney's about 700 to 800 cases.
In
apiece.
district court, that would be roughly the number, because we have 2 in district court.
Okay.
In superior court, it would fluctuate depending on what type of caseload they're doing.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay,
And, what type of caseload is somebody doing sex cases,
gotcha.
murders, for example. We have a 2-week murder trial going on right now. It's in week 2 right now. The 2 weeks before that, both my chief and assistant chief were preparing for that. So basically for the last month, I've been prosecutor, chief, assistant chief, because they've been preparing basically for a month now. And they'll probably take Friday off.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, so now we'll move to, the next item on the list is our sheriff's office. And this too is a mental health tax. These were 2 positions that were paid off of mental health tax. And they're full-time positions for a total of about $232,000. And they're eligible, based upon their duties, if we were to approve, they could be paid off the opioid funds or the general fund. And I'll turn it over to Jordan.
Good afternoon, Chief Spencer, Council County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, I think we've talked about this before, but this is a request. We've got the ongoing, our behavioral health positions that we brought in-house at the start of '24, using the mental health tax dollars, and now making that request to maintain those employees doing what they're doing on the day-to-day, just utilizing the opioid dollars if they're available.
Yeah. When I first came on, we were contracting with, was it Great Behavioral? We're
Columbia
contracting
Wellness.
that out, and it was about 400,000. Then we brought it in side 2 officers ourselves because we felt that we'd have more coverage, which I think we have. I think we do have more
Yeah, we
coverage.
dropped the amount of staff from 4 to 2, and then we also got rid of the 20% that Columbia Wellness would charge for the administrative tasks
Yeah.
for handling that contract. So, yeah, we significantly decreased the cost from the start of the program to where it's at now.
If kind of explain to me how it works, and I know if you get a call, they'll go out with you or they go out, and then at some point in time, they take over. I mean-
Sometimes. Yeah, it really just depends on what the call is.
What the call is.
There's any, just as a couple examples, we had they work a set schedule during the day. We had a domestic dispute that we responded to in the evening. The deputies handled what they needed to do, and then the next morning, the behavioral health had an email from the deputy as more of a follow-up. Hey, will you follow up with this family? We had this, this is what happened, this is what occurred, these are the services that they may need. So that happens sometimes. Other times it's an in-progress call where the deputy will say, hey, can you respond with me to this call and deal with this individual or help this individual? And sometimes it's a call that's on the board that the sergeant or the officer in charge can say, I think behavioral health can make a phone call or respond to that in person without our assistance. So those 3 types of calls can occur.
What I'm trying to understand or get in my brain a little bit is if we didn't have those, how much extra would we be paying deputies to do the follow-up, or would we do the follow-up, or what gets lost, or what extra are we paying?
Yeah, generally on the follow-up side, that's not typically what we would be doing.
Okay.
That same example of the domestic dispute, we can hand out like a resource. Hey, these are some resources. These are some people that you can reach out to. Here's their numbers. Here's their contacts. But as far as following up with them the next morning, unless the individual maybe calls and has questions, it's generally not something that we're doing because it's not really our wheelhouse.
Gotcha.
And so that's a purpose that the behavioral health liaison serves.
I tried to understand this a little better, so I've looked out, and I guess I'm a fan of trying to find studies that ask the right type of questions or looking good. And it actually, I'll be honest with you, they seem pretty positive that these officers save time and money for the department. What seems to be a key with it on the ones that I've seen that say they're successful is there's also wraparound services. There's some place to take them where other people help.
Yes,
Do we have that type of stuff?
there's a place to where we can conduct maybe more of a warm handoff, or a lot of times the person during crisis or in crisis, when we're dealing with them directly, it's a lot easier for them to accept the need for help or being able to, wanting to talk to somebody as opposed to maybe 2 days later and things have maybe calmed down. One of the hard things for us to quantify is how much that helps on the day-to-day. I can think of a few individuals that we would, I guess, term some of our frequent flyers that we would have to deal with on a regular basis, not necessarily all criminal matters that we, knock on wood, don't have a lot of contact with anymore. And I would like to think that a lot of that is due to the ongoing outreach from the behavioral health liaisons.
That's and there's a lot of studies, and I don't have it right in front of me, but the key component that I kept seeing over and over is to make the program successful, there has to be wraparound services that you can't give them a business card and it's done type thing.
Yeah, I don't want to say you have to hold their hand because I think that's the wrong term, but a lot of times people just don't know
Yeah, give them that.
what
connect.
resources are available and how to make those contacts, or they don't have a vehicle to get to those places, or they maybe don't have a phone or phone service to reach out, or who to talk to, or what it is specifically that they need. We've seen a huge increase in our behavioral health liaisons dealing with the elderly and working with adult protective services and trying to assist. They're working with one older couple right now in the north end that lives by themselves and have been very reluctant to receive assistance. And they've finally gotten to the point where they've gotten the house cleaned and they've got some resources that are incoming, and they're more receptive now to that type of assistance, still wanting to live somewhat independently. So we are seeing an increase in that as well. I can tell you that I've spoken with the sergeants the patrol sergeants deal with the liaisons on the day-to-day basis. I kind of manage the program, but the sergeants are dealing with them on a day-to-day. And I said, can you put a number can you, in 20 words or less, can you tell me your thoughts on the behavioral health unit? And it's overwhelmingly positive from the supervisor side. And I said, how much time do they save you? And they said, enough to notice it without putting a number on it. I did do a quick unit history for last month based on the calls and the types of calls and the amount of time that the behavioral health unit spent on those calls. And between the two of them, about 34 hours is what I can determine that they saved the deputies within that month.
Within that month,
Yeah.
it's almost 1 FTE, close.
Yeah. And again, we provide different services. And this is kind of, I mean, obviously there's tons, even in the state of Washington, there's tons of co-responder programs, even Longview that has one. And so I think we've recognized, and even I think House Bill, I think it's 1811, has recognized this co-responder piece, and that we offer different services. So that part sometimes is hard to quantify as well, as far as the man hours saved. I don't know if we necessarily would always spend 3.5 hours with one individual on, all these particular aspects. We generally don't have the time to do that, whereas they would.
Sheriff Brad Thurman, I just wanted to add that they not only serve the sheriff's office unincorporated areas, they also serve the small police departments of Kelso, Woodland, Kalama, and Castle Rock. They also work with fire districts, and some liaison work with the schools as well. And particularly the fire districts, they have, Jordan used the term frequent flyers. They have folks that fall in that category as well for them. And it can become labor intensive for them to deal with some of these folks. Our behavioral health folks can step in and help alleviate some calls for service that would take them otherwise out of service. And I did ask Chief Fletcher from the Kelso Police Department to give up his afternoon to come over and join us today, and just ask him if he wanted to say a few words about the benefit they receive from our two folks that were at the sheriff's office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So one thing that has not been addressed yet is the fact that a lot of our interactions with people who are suffering from mental illness, our presence at calls for service seem to exacerbate the episodes that they're experiencing, and it generally leads to unnecessary uses of force. And that's one of the primary reasons why these programs have been put into place, to eliminate the exposure to us having to use force when it could be eliminated or prevented through having a behavioral health professional at the scene when no crime has been committed. So in the past, we've been called to events where people are suffering from a mental health episode and no crime has been committed, and law enforcement officers in the state of Washington are not experts. We have no expertise in mental health and trying to diagnose what they're experiencing, or how to treat them, or how to address what they're experiencing. And oftentimes it leads to force being used against them. So having these units in place across the state prevents that from happening. And just as a matter of reality, the risk of not having these units in place will increase the potential for law enforcement officers to have to continue using force against people who are experiencing mental health crises when they haven't committed a crime. So I think they're essential. We do utilize county's behavioral health units when the primary resource that we utilize is not available. And we have called upon them a number of times since the inception of this program. I don't know what that actual number is, but I know I do monitor the radio every day that I'm at work, and I know that we have called upon county's BHU to respond to Kelso when our primary resource isn't available.
That just piques a question, and I don't know the answer to it. I just, like we enter agreements with other entities on several different things. It seems like I know the city of Longview has their people, Kelso has their people, we have our people. Does it make sense to have an agreement with everybody and we all share the cost, or does that even make sense?
Is there any way to track how often they use that?
Well, I know the way it's currently funded through the mental health tax, that's a countywide tax. So to start billing other entities for when their citizens are actually paying into that, I don't think it'd be really equitable
Yeah,
in that
okay.
regard. Longview's program is a little bit more robust. I think they're
A
funded
little
about,
different.
they have about 6 people. They have actually, I think, a PhD level person heading up their program, and they get state and federal grants to run their program
Okay,
as well. So.
all right.
And we're kind of for the rest of the county. And like I said, with the mental health tax is how it's been funded.
All right. Just a thought.
Chief Fletcher, I appreciate your comments. And one of the things that is difficult to do is to quantify the net benefit to a lot of these programs and put a number to it. And it's hard to do, primarily when you live in a state that is so, what's the right word here? Different than other states, I will say. As I sit on the Great Rivers Behavioral Health Board and CIHS, it's hard to see a net benefit on these sheets to these programs. It really, really is. Especially because you don't know how far reaching these programs are. You don't know who it touches at any given time. And it is difficult to just say, well, how many people did you touch and how many people didn't get arrested? I think these programs are a little bit more complex than that. And one of the things that I see with regards to these, like this particular program here, the entire county is benefiting from the 2 behavioral health, officers that we have, and they're seeing the benefit to that. And long term, I think that what we need to do is exactly what we're doing right now, and that is continue to sit down and reassess, are these positions doing what we're paying for? Is the taxpayer getting the service that they're paying for? And ultimately, we're going to be the ones to make the decision whether it gets funded or not, but we're making that decision based on information that the experts are giving to us. And so we're really relying on you guys and your expertise and your experience with regards to these programs as to whether or not they should continue to be funded, and if there is a net benefit to the community. Ultimately, I feel like it's a tough decision to make because, like I said, you can't quantify it with a number, the benefit that it's giving to the taxpayer. This is one of the things that you can't quantify with the number. And so I appreciate the presentations, everything from drug court to juvenile to this, and what you guys are bringing to the table and making an attempt to educate us on these programs and what the long-term effects of them are. But ultimately, it's a tough decision to make when we're facing the financial situation that we're in. And so I do appreciate you guys coming in and presenting what you presented to help us make the decision.
Any other questions?
We're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on our list is the coroner's office, and she is unable to be here, so I will explain the request. This is a title and salary change for an office specialist. And what they're looking at is the person's taken on additional responsibilities. Current employees taken on additional responsibilities, including casework. And so they're requesting to move them from a salary grade 9 to a salary grade 15. And that's a total of $5,000 request. They also had already made their departmental presentation, and they cut in their autopsy cost and things like that. They cut significant amounts from their budget to more than offset this item from the general fund. So if that helps.
Do you know if their employees are under a union or not? You-
Non-union?
Not, okay.
And so to go from, what'd you say, from 9 to 15?
Yeah, the request is to go from salary grade 9 to salary grade 15.
And so what does that equate to for a percentage change? You know,
I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the current salary is. I just
Sounds
put the increase, sorry.
sounds impressive anyway.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's more than a 5% increase.
What? Yeah, I guess I have no idea what the additional responsibilities equate to, or how you equate that to that big of a jump. So,
Yeah, she's noted casework.
yeah, I see
I
that.
don't know what that is.
But to me, I'm sitting here going, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So
How do we define
that salary grade, it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So she would likely go to step 1 of that salary grade, which would be over a 5% increase. But I believe the jump from 9 to 15 is an office specialist to what we considered an admin assistant, which has happened in other offices as well. But I don't have her request in front of me, so I'm not positive.
Yeah, her request,
An assistant includes this casework? Yeah, okay.
her request is to change their current position is called office specialist and to change it to a new job title of administrative assistant.
So will this, moving her to 15, does that leave her anywhere to go? After that point, what happens?
How many steps are left?
Yeah, how many?
So each salary grade has 7 steps. So the likelihood is that she would go to step 1 of salary grade 15, and then she'd have 7 steps to go to. So there would be a step increase for 6 years.
Okay, so the 15 wasn't lateral, it was horizontal.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, got it. I'll get it figured out someday.
I'm still not sure. I got it figured out.
That's all I can answer on that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
Okay. The next item that we have, we're going to call the auditor up. So the auditor's request is specific to 6 positions, and they are deputy auditors, and we're showing this as title change to a licensing and recording specialist, 1 and a 3, and then a lead recording specialist for 2 of those. And it shows as no cost to the general fund because on page 2, or page 3, I'm sorry, page 3, the cost would be paid out of the auditor's O&M fund. And as far as effective dates, you'll see that 3 of the positions would not have any impact for 2026. They would have an impact, they would change, have a salary change, I believe, once they hit a 2-year mark. And so that would happen in 2027. But for 3 of the positions, they would happen January 1 of 2026. So a total of 11,000 for those 3 in 2026. And Carolyn's here to address the justification.
Yeah, so I gave a presentation on this last week and I will not repeat that. I am concerned that I may not have communicated my request clearly. So today I'd like to briefly summarize my request and provide you with the details that I believe you're looking for. So we have some staffing issues in my office, constant turnover, like others that I'm hearing in this room. And I'm looking to kind of stop that inefficiency. It has resulted in some service impacts. I have had to reduce my recording hours temporarily while I got new staff trained. I've had to close my licensing office doors once for the rest of the staff to attend their required training. So I'm looking to create an efficiency. This request would be adding 1 salary grade, not a step. They currently are at salary grade 180 to begin with. When after a year and they achieve their licensing certification, they go to 190. And I'm asking that you insert 1 more grade at year 2 after they receive their recording certification and hit 2 years of service employment. And it be funded entirely out of my auditor's office O&M. Some clarifications that I wanted to provide. My auditor's office O&M is not available to other departments. The sole function of that O&M is at my discretion. It is to provide the county with recording software, ongoing maintenance and replacement costs first. That's its main priority. And then after that, it's to assist with the digitization process in other departments as I see fit. No other department can come and request funding from the auditor's office O&M, just like I could not request funding out of the treasurer's office O&M. So I wanted to make that clarification. So part of this timeline, I met with the board after having some individual discussions with commissioners. I met with the board on August 18th in executive session, where I got approval from all 3 board members to move forward on this proposal. Had I not gotten that, I would not have moved in this direction to work on this. But since that time, I worked with HR and we worked with the union. The unions approved this, whether that is the process that you want us to follow or not. That's the process that I've been taking for several years now, and we don't have a policy on it. So this has been workshopped with you. This has gone to the union, has received their approval, and now I'm looking for some support. Something I didn't note in the last meeting that the county, it's worth pointing out. Licensing is a constant drain on my staffing resources, and I am not obligated by statute to provide that service. So unfortunately, I'm not proposing that I get rid of it, although it would unburden me. That would result in a reduction of revenue from anywhere in between 60,000 to 90,000 monthly to the county. In fact, I think that number is much higher now after the new fee increase that just went into place earlier this week. I think we can expect to see much greater revenue from that service. It isn't a statutory requirement, and I can get rid of it, and I don't want to have to make that move. But if my services continue to be interrupted on the services that I am obligated to provide, I might have to get more creative.
So Carolyn, are you saying that the licensing is the weight around your neck?
Yes. Ongoing, constant always in the lobby, filling the lobby nonstop.
So if we don't do it, where do they go?
A
They go to
sub-agency.
CNL, they go to,
I can,
and those funds don't, those licensing fees don't stay in the county?
some do.
Only the fees that we collect here stay here?
Some, yeah, so some of the fees do go to the county and some go to the subagents. So if I were to give up licensing altogether in my office, I can think of some creative solutions. I can open another subagency and instead I can reclassify staff to become auditing agents. The one obligation that I do have to provide is auditing service to those sub-agencies. So if we have any sub-agencies within the county to get any revenue at all, we have to provide ongoing auditing and monitoring of those sub-agencies. That is the one function that we're required to do under contract.
But you're currently doing that now.
Yes, because we have sub-agencies. And without them, the county would get zero revenue. They would go to other sub-agencies in other counties, or another sub-agency would open another office in this county. But unless I'm providing the auditing services and they're in contract with me, the revenue doesn't go to us.
So how many people do we have that deal with licensing?
We have 6 staff altogether, 4 deputy auditors and 2 leads, 1 in each specialty area, 1 in recording and 1 in licensing. And a little history on this department. These 2 offices used to be 2 very physically separate offices, recording and licensing. It was a result of Initiative 695. We commonly refer to that as the $30 card tab initiative. The passage of that initiative back in 2000 area led to a massive reduction in revenue to the counties, and the county had to make cuts, which forced the auditor at that time to merge the 2 departments for an efficiency. She cut staff, she merged the 2 departments. And since that time, we've grown and we can't manage. It's no longer an efficiency.
Is there crossover responsibilities between the licensing agents and elections or any of the other auditor responsibilities?
Yeah, so they do both. Elections actually travels over to licensing monthly to fill in and maintain. They have to be certified, so they have to maintain that certification, a minimum number of hours each month to maintain it and provide assistance. And the same goes for licensing and recording. They overflow into elections and help us with election staffing, like ballot box pickup and things like that. Very different, isolated departments, but they do still help each other as a team.
So what are we paying wages to offer this service?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, if we don't offer it, we lose 60,000 in revenue. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, last month it
So-
was 90,000.
Okay.
But
So how many people do we have it? If we don't offer the service, then we don't have employees. So how many, what's the wages that you save? Is it more than 60? Is it more than 90? I'm trying to educate myself here.
If you didn't offer the service, how many people would lose their jobs?
Well, and it may be a net gain, net benefit
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
general
Not sure
fund
that-
if it's not.
I understand what
Yeah.
he's asking.
Payroll's 30,000 a month, and that's 90,000 a month, and we're saving 60.
Versus
Yeah, that's what I'm
the offset.
trying to roll around here.
Well, maybe Jessica would know the exact numbers, but like I say, these employees are doing 2 jobs. They physically have 2 separate workstations, 2 desktops. One's recording, one's licensing. So they're already being paid to do one function in addition to the licensing function.
And I'm not suggesting anything. You just brought up that you don't have to do it and we
Yeah.
would lose money. So then the logical question for me is, well, then what do we save on the other side?
Well, like I say, I am obligated to provide the recording service. And instead of providing a licensing service, we could open another sub-agency and I could provide auditing services with the remaining employees and better handle the traffic that's in my office with just recording. I have alternative ideas.
So you have 6 clerks, you said, are basically 6 people. And they're doing both functions, those 6.
Yeah.
So if you
As of
eliminated,
2006.
if you eliminated licensing, would that automatically cut it in half and you only need 3?
No, it's impossible to operate a division with 3 staff members. You have to figure that these aren't numbers. These are people. They are people with kids and families. They get sick. They're entitled to vacation. So the minute you have somebody out on vacation, another person calls in sick, now you can't give a lunch break to the third person, the one person that showed up. So it's just not realistic. And like I say, we can keep them busy just with recording services. Licensing is the drain. And recording is very specialized and complex. PREA, the National Association of Land Records, is creating the certification program that I'm talking about here. That is launching, and auditors' offices, Auditors Association is looking at adopting this as their minimum standard. So this request was kind of a proactive approach to the additional, training and education credits that this staff would have to maintain if this comes to fruition. It's launching in February.
How many employees you got there, Carolyn?
I have 5 divisions and 21 employees counting me.
Number you qualify as I know you are elected, obviously. Number you count as management type or
Well,
management responsibility?
I would say exempt versus union, because not all exempt staff technically manage. Some deal with private information and they're exempt for that purpose. So I have 7 exempt staff, I believe,
Okay,
and then 8 counting me.
yeah.
So Carolyn, I understand your point about the licensing and the recording. But help me understand how this ask is going to solve that problem as far as the licensing goes.
So, like it or not, we are not the same. There are some other offices, my staff, my frontline staff start at salary grade 180. There are similar offices in the same building that start at salary grade 200 or 210. And I'm certain those are justifiable reasons, but when those positions come open, people go where the money is. And so my proposal to the board is provide one more justification at that longevity point, 2 years and recording certification. I'll pay for it. It's budget neutral, to allow me to at least offer the same amount of money in my office that they could easily jump somewhere else and make somewhere else. And not do 2 entirely separate division jobs. So they're not related. Licensing and recording are not at all related to entirely separate fields.
So ultimately, you're trying to make it less attractive for somebody to move somewhere else.
Well, we have tried all the non-monetary items. It started with some MOUs with employees to be more flexible on hours. We've went to the 4-day work week in the last couple of years, which is a huge, huge incentive. People love that. Thank you very much. That helped a lot. And, you know, we try to be very family oriented. Family comes first. And, you know, other than encouraging those kind of team activities, providing incentives, the next step is money.
Okay.
Historically, you mentioned that there's other departments where the beginning salary grade is X and you're at Y. Historically, have those negotiations been handled individually by department, or have they just been handled, has there ever been like a standardization process across the board?
No, in fact, I've been here since 2006 and it's differed since I've been here based on the discretion of the existing leadership. So
Leadership being the board or
the board.
elected?
So there were, when I first started, OFM had a much tighter handle on the process, very tight, I would say. And as leadership changed in that office, it went a different direction. And then that office was really dismantled and rebuilt. So here we are with all these changing processes and staff members and information lost. So there isn't a standardized process. I'd encourage you to adopt a procedure if that's what you're looking for.
Okay,
Okay. Good to go. Anything else?
Okay. Any additional questions?
well, I saw Christie showed up.
Yes.
Can we had one question on
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thanks.
the change from
I think we're finished with
With-
Carolyn.
from a 9 to from a 9 to the 15, additional responsibilities and including casework. And we're quite sure the definition of case work.
So this is your office specialist going to an administrative assistant?
Oh, yes. So you want me to define the additional casework?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just had a question. When it say casework, what are we talking about with?
Yeah.
And it sounds like we're changing the title.
Yes, so Grace has, she's gone above and beyond what her original parameters were for her position, and has taken on investigations. So some of our investigations are over the phone. Well, she'll take a call. They're not necessarily a scene that we would show up to in a Marionette, but they still need to be investigated due to a possible accident or something like that. And so she's taken on those and done a great job. She does a thorough investigation, writes a narrative, and she does it in addition to her other duties without those falling behind, and has just shown a really good aptitude for being able to do those. And it takes a load off of the investigators when they're being called out to scenes. And the phone rings all day long, every day, practically. And so she fills those calls, does those investigations without dropping her other duties.
Did that
So,
kind of answer?
well,
Are you still working?
yeah, I'm still thinking this through. Would it be possible to get a job description of what she's doing now versus the new classification we're proposing her to go to?
Sure. Yeah, so she started out, we needed an office assistant to, she does the accounts payable. And we needed her to answer phones. The investigator who's there and also Dana and myself, we're all answering phones. But the bulk of that was going to fall on Grace. So that was her original parameters. Now she does the accounts payable, she answers phones, she does hospice notifications, where sometimes we get called, but she enters them in. Sometimes there's a fall indicated, so she'll do an investigation. We get hospital calls and she'll do an investigation and sometimes she'll go to the hospital. She's shown that she can go pick up a decedent if necessary. Gosh, the myriad of other things. She does stats for us. And I had to run up the stairs, a lot of breath, but, she will also do releases. So she's second when we have to do a release. She can do a release by herself. So we're releasing to funeral homes. Those are far outside her original duties of, the office work and the accounts payable, which is full-time. So,
Okay. Thank you.
okay.
Okay, on your last page, I just want to make sure we go over everything. We have the health department, which she hasn't come and presented for her department yet, but she is inactivating 5 positions. This does not impact the general fund. That's why it's on the last page, but just so that you know, there's 5 positions that will be inactivated in the health department. And then information tech, IT department has one ask and one request here. And this is to add a position called an ERP business analyst. It's an exempt position. This is needed to basically provide overlap for when the ERP business technical manager retires in, I'm not sure, May or June. It says June. And so once the technical manager retires, that position will be inactivated. And the business analyst, they're wanting to start that person as soon as it may be as soon as this year, later this year. They'd like to get the job posted, but for sure they want the position to have at least 6 months of overlap with the current staffing. So. That's it. That's all of our items.
And I know we're running along and then you want to run through this again and get a yay or
Yeah.
nay from us, which is disgustingly difficult. But I need to stretch my legs. I think we need a 10-minute break.
Yeah, good,
Okay.
because I need one too.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. We'll go down through this.
Okay, and then I do have once we get to some of these, you'd ask about departmental cuts, and I have a few of them that we were able to gather real quick.
This is, I don't know what I would say is, I work real hard to not take any of this personal. This is tough to do. It's not an easy thing, but I do know we have a responsibility and so told the other commissioner I'd rather be having teeth pulled right now than sitting here, but we'll do what we need to do. Okay?
Okay, so on the first item is our district court. This is the position that's a title and salary change, but they are also reducing budget in order to make that happen. And so they are actually recommending to return to the general fund $33,000.
This one made sense to me. We're not trying to adjust the union contract. I know they have a new system coming in and seems to be a pretty good balance with staff and management. I don't know what the others think, but I don't have any trouble with this.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
Okay, approved. Okay, next item is our treasurer's office, and this is a salary change, but it's also partially funded by the treasurer's O&M. And so this is a $1,581 request for the general fund.
I'm getting kind of careful on because I hear we've been doing it for a while. I can't control what was done by past boards and stuff. I'm starting to get real hesitant of changing these union contracts in between times. I look at this one and I'm trying to decide, it seems like there's some job, not just salary grade change, but the job is different and they're trying to kind of put it where the function is.
Yes.
I don't have I guess what I'm trying to decide, I don't have any issue with what we're doing here, Deborah. I really want to get to the point where we do these things when we're negotiating these contracts. But I don't have a total heartburn with this, but
I would agree with that. I don't know that this is something that I feel outside of anything that has to do with renegotiating a union contract that needs to be done during negotiations. I don't know that that's really necessarily something that we should be doing halfway through. So I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that I would like to see this done during contract negotiations in the future, that we standardize that that's what the proper protocol is.
Ideally, I'd like to see as much of this focused at contract time also. However, I also want to say that if you have job changes and changes of duties or new state requirements come along, I also want to put a lot of faith in the director or elected official for their department. I also want to trust in their judgment to be able to do some of this stuff to a certain point. And I don't know how to balance it off and say, if you're looking at doing something like this across the board for half of your employees, I don't know that that's something that I want to bite off on. But at the same time, I do want to trust that if you have major changes in job descriptions, that this is the place to bring it. And especially if you've done the homework with the unions and everybody else.
I'm not sure how long the union contracts are. They 3 years?
Most.
I have written down here that this expires
62.
What's that?
June of 2027,
2027.
end of 20.
So it's a 4-year contract? So we have a 4-year contract and we do budget every 2 years. So it's kind of hard, when you're running an office and you want
Yeah.
to, change things that you can only do that every 4 years when the contract's
Well, I appreciate that, but we sign contracts for a reason, we can't go in and just tell the union, hey, it's been 2 years, we can't work this, we need to have you need to change your contract. It seems to work one way. it works when it's coming from us, but us going the other way. So I'm just, and Deborah, I'm not saying I don't have a whole lot of issue with this. We're just talking about one person and a lot of us being paid out of the other. I'm just saying in general, I think we need to start working our changes around when the contract. If we don't like the contract, then we shouldn't be signing it in the first place.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
It is kind of hard if you can only make adjustments every 4 years.
Yeah.
And,
And it's hard for us when we're looking at contracts, we realize it's taken in time, and it's taken in time a lot of times where some of these were signed when I wasn't even here, right? Because this rotates up here. So I think you have to try and do the best you can to put some things in place, and I get it. Any commissioner group can change it, but try to get something that's consistent, that this is how we're gonna look at it. And
yeah.
How often have you been before the board trying to change something because of a job change or requirements that have changed because of the state or some statute somewhere comes along and says, now you have to start doing it this way instead of the way you were doing it before? How often does that happen?
Well, I usually try to do these types of requests during the budget time, which is every 2 years. And, if they're in the middle of contract negotiations, I don't really get involved
yeah.
in the negotiations of the contract.
Well, and I would tell you, if we could even get to where it was just brought to us when it was actually budget, that would be an improvement. From where we're at.
Yeah. And I do agree that they're in this whole union, the way it's always been. Right now, I feel like it's not internal equity across the board on the positions. And, I think we need to work on that as well.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. And what do you, internal equity?
Yeah, when you're looking at similar positions in different offices, they used to be more in alignment with
Perform.
each other. But then certain ones are getting bumped up, and then you got the next people that were, in my office, you go from one and you move up. Well, it's like if you're gonna bump up this, you gotta bump them all up kind of to make it all equal.
So is it the same union for all the departments? It's different unions or different contracts? I don't.
Yeah, there's several different unions, but the auditor, the clerk, the assessor, the treasurer, we're all in the same union.
And are all those contracts the same for all of the unions?
Oh, God, no. Can't imagine.
For-
Pardon me? Yeah.
I know, but what I'm saying is do we have the same terms to the different union contracts? Because if we don't, I'm not understanding why we would equate that to having the same terms across the board for all the departments.
I'm not sure what you're,
Oh.
so in 1262, say you have an accounting clerk in one office and accounting clerk, in the other office, they're not all the same pay. The terms of the contract are all the same, but the pay is not. And all the different.
Is there only one accounting clerk in the union contract?
There's different steps, different accounting clerk one, senior account clerk. There's different labels on them.
So I guess what I'm saying, and Jessica, maybe you can address this, is if we're negotiating different contracts with different unions, I'm sure there's a variable of reasons why the contracts are different. But if those contracts are different, how are we expected to level that playing field with the different departments? Because those are all different contracts. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why?
So
How are we supposed to make it fair, I guess?
all of the offices discussed today are in the same contract, so it is,
Okay.
if you're an accounting specialist too, you make the same as other offices within that contract.
So all the offices that were discussed here today are all on that same contract?
Are all in
Okay,
1262.
That's what I wanted
Yeah.
to know. Okay. Yeah, and Deborah, I would say, I don't have heartache with yours either. I'm just talking in general, trying to figure out and understand how we're supposed to make equitable decisions, which I'm not really one for, I don't always believe that all decisions are equitable, nor should they be, but I'm just trying to understand how it works with the union contracts.
I guess I think I need to see a hierarchy of the stairs, of the steps. Is a clerk two in 1262 union, is a clerk two in that contract? A clerk two in every office? Are they all, they're not all the same, I guess is what I hear Deborah saying, correct?
Within the same union, but like what Carolyn's trying to do, like if she changes her front staff, but she's changing the job description and some other items, you know, then that is off, gets out of whack with what my office, my front staff does.
But they're not
But
the same responsibility.
Right now, they're both deputy auditors, deputy treasurers.
So they're the same
it-
in the name, but they're not the same in the description of the responsibility, though, is
Correct.
what I'm saying. Okay.
And so they're not being paid the same.
Well, they are.
Okay, so, well, they are, as long as they got the same title.
They're in the same classification.
So if we put a new job description on that, what happens to that in the union contract? Does that become a new pay scale? Or we just changing the title?
If at the time the request is asking to change to a different classification, yes.
So for example, if an office changed duties and responsibilities of their deputy treasurer one, or, you know, whatever that is, that could come with a salary reclassification if you're adding duties and responsibilities. So like, take the example of like the accounting specialist. We have accounting specialists 2s and 3s. We have lead accounting specialists. So there's different levels of accounting specialists.
That are in the union contract.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm more confused or less confused.
And I just came up here to point out that you're talking about salary and contract negotiations. And when we look at the county policies, I mean, I went to Jessica several months ago about my reclassification request. And according to the policy that we currently have, it says it's to be done during the budget cycle. So any salary adjustments are addressed in budget cycle. So that, like she said, if we've got a 4-year contract, but we've got 2-year budget cycles, how do we balance that out?
Okay.
How do we balance out the classifications too? You're comparing apples to oranges. One office doesn't do the same thing, but they're all classified the same.
So in my world, salaried would be what you call a unclassified category. And an hourly employee would be somebody who's under a contract. So salary to me means you got nothing to do with the union contract. You're not under a union contract. So those terms that I'm still trying to get square in my brain when you're talking, I got to do a double think to get back into, wait, which way's that going?
It's most all of our positions are salaried employees. It's just salary non-exempt, salary exempt. So most of the positions within this collective bargaining agreement are salaried positions. They're just eligible for overtime. Is that what you're wondering?
No, I've already understood that part. It's just that keeping up with it because of my years exposed to the other stuff, but yeah, I understand.
And this also brings up kind of what we've discussed in previous board meetings is, you know, that personnel adjustment, salary or policy, you know, fine tuning that. So there is a policy because it has kind of been up and down as far as when to bring these things to the board, how to bring them to the board and stuff. So I think a standardized process and procedure is going to help a lot.
Well, not specifically speaking for or against this right now. I want to, do want to say that I agree with the concept that I think that as a policy, we should be thinking about not doing this except at negotiation time. If there's a major change in jobs or descriptions, my exposure would say that's when you reopen negotiations with the union. Because to me, and I don't know, I haven't read the union contracts. Typically, there's a real hard restriction in my exposure to union contracts that you don't make interim agreements in the middle, in between negotiations. Now, I'm not going to tell you it can't be done, but there's, so in my exposure, it didn't happen.
In, typically when we do this budget personnel requests, and if they get approved, is that what you do, Jessica, is go back and open the negotiation and
Correct.
negotiate these changes that the board has approved with the union?
So if the board approved something during this, they would basically give us the discretion to then take that to the union, but that's up to the board on what they would like to do.
Well, it sounds like we've already, or you've already done the background work with this. I mean, most of this has got the
No, I didn't.
foundation laid.
I didn't discuss it with the union because it needed to be, this is how it's been. It gets approved here, and then whatever is approved, Jessica takes
Okay.
and negotiates with the union to get their approval. So there was no point in me asking the union ahead of time. I was doing this with the budget process, and that's how I understood the process to be.
Okay.
So Jessica, putting you on the spot here. With these negotiations, the way that they sit, with the one-off asks throughout the budget cycle, what are your thoughts on what should the proper protocol be?
I don't know if there's necessarily a right answer. I mean, it's up to the board and how they want to hear those changes and hear those requests. I understand, it's a long contract, so things happen throughout a contract cycle. So I would just like consistency. So however. we
Well, I mean,
approach
I guess what I'm asking is like, how long does it take to go to the union to get it approved as opposed to just coming to us and getting it approved?
Well, if it's a union change, it has to go to the board and the union. So
It's gotta go to
I would
both
have to go to
places.
both.
If we change our job description, the union has to approve that change in job description before it's supposed to. Sorry, I thought that was on. So I've updated job descriptions in the past, and before that goes through, the union has to sign off on that job description change in order for me to post that position. So there's a lot of different wheels spinning here.
Kathy, can I ask you a question? We're gonna give you yes.
Of course.
Yeah, we're gonna give you yes and no's here, and then you're gonna take that information,
And I'm going to run it back through the
and
budget.
you're gonna run it back through the budget, then you're gonna bring it to us, and we're gonna see whether we're closer or how much further we have to go, or if we're there.
Right.
And will that leave us enough time if, say, we look like we're much decent, we're in pretty good shape, or we see something that indicates to us that we're either better than we thought we were, or we're worse than we thought we were, then from that point in time, we can make some adjustments.
Yeah.
We still have time to make some adjustments.
Yeah, so right now, you're looking at, if everything were to be funded off of the general fund that we've presented today, you're looking at 961,000. But that's not probably what I would recommend. There are several here that I would recommend if you're agreeable to it. For example, drug court qualifies for
I get
opioid.
all that.
So it
I'm
might
just-
be a $900,000.
I just want to know that when you bring us the other numbers, that's not the final. We can make some adjustments from there.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that would be all during this process, you can make adjustments up until, even until December.
We'll say, so what I would say then, when these union stuff, if whatever we say here, I would still wait till the budget is actually approved before you start negotiations, if that makes sense.
No. Yeah,
Don't you think?
yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Okay. So what do you,
I understand that.
okay,
So on treasurers, can I put approved?
I'm okay
Yeah.
with that, yeah.
Okay, on the clerks for mental health, it's a net impact of 0, eliminates a position in place of the mental health position.
Yeah.
Approved.
That's net 0.
Okay, and then the clerk's title and salary change request, which is line 7 through 25.
I gotta say, this one gives me a little bit of heartburn,
Yeah.
Stacy,
Think I
only
can do
because
that.
we're in a situation where we're really trying to cut. And I understand, and I understand your sentiment and what you're talking about with regards to your department. But I think this is a really big ask, given the circumstances that we're in right now, for me.
Oh, be a no.
Is there any middle ground there instead of that big of a step on each one of those?
I do want to add one thing. So you asked earlier about what kind of cuts did they make to their actual operating expenses? And so for Stacy, I went and grabbed real quickly, and this is just like on the back of a piece of paper here. There's about $32,000 worth of cuts that Stacy has made to operating expenses. So one of those being in her professional and contracted services, for example. So she's
32, you said?
contributing back about $32,000 of operating budget.
And that's why I asked the question, will we see another after we make some of these decisions? Because
Right. So right
Right.
now she's sitting at 95,000 increase to personnel and benefits, but she's also cut $32,000 in operating.
yeah. And while I'm looking at this right at this moment going, I would be a no. When I see the other budget, it doesn't mean I can't tweak some of these numbers and maybe get there or get some help. If that makes sense.
Okay, so is that a conditional approval or no? I mean, I'm,
Right now, for the numbers you're gonna put together, I'm a no. These gentlemen have votes also.
Yeah, I am too, but what I would say, Stacy, is maybe in the meantime, see if you can find, like Commissioner Farrell said, some middle ground in there, when we come back.
I just base those salary grades on comparables. So,
Okay.
yes, it's negotiable.
Please.
So I'm a no right now, Kathy.
okay. So that one we may come back is what I'm hearing. Okay. OAS, finance,
We're
that's
eliminating.
net savings. Net savings of
We're
152,000.
losing you, which is sad, but
I'll come visit y'all
This time of the year?
yeah.
at this time of year. Yeah, I'll come visit at this time of year. Okay, next page 2, drug court, this is the mental health tax. We're talking about a net action item of $396,000 on personnel. And this is one where I feel strongly that your opioid money qualifies to, at least for a temporary basis. My forecast for the next 12 years or whatever it is, 17 years, I guess, shows that we're going to be receiving about $400,000 a year without the Kroger and the Purdue settlements, which we haven't gotten those numbers yet. And so it's about 400,000 up until the next 12 years. And then it drops off after that to 300, and then it drops off to 200. But just in interest income off of the opioid money so far, and looking at this year through the end of this year and forecasting next year's interest income, I'm estimating that we're going to make that we've already made and will make about $339,000 in investment income off of the opioid funds that have been coming in and haven't been spent.
Well, I'm not one for long-term continuing to spend those opioid funds to fund drug court. I'm not for that.
Yeah, because it's not going to be around forever.
But I am for using it as bridge funding till we find alternative sources of funding, at this point. So, but yeah, I don't want to count on opioid funds to fund that moving forward. That's my personal.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
I'm not in favor of using opioid funds on this. The voters have told us no. And paying salaries and stuff off of temporary funds never sits well for me. You're just right back in the same position. If you want to fund this, I think other positions need to go away and it becomes a funding. I question some of the numbers I hear on drug court, the millions and all that other stuff, because if it was true, everybody would have one and they just don't. And unlike when I looked up behavioral tax, there's places that seem to think they work. There's other places that said they haven't worked for the officers. So I'm not convinced on that, but for the people that you put through it, they're committed to getting clean. Now, I think they get clean in a lot of programs, but I think it works for them in there. But, and this is going to be controversial and probably not please a lot of people, but I think we have too many probation officers in juvenile. We have 6 to handle very few cases. And I would take some of that funds and transfer it over, take the general funds out of that and into the drug court to pay for that and still reduce that budget. I get it that that's not popular, but I'm just looking at the reality of things. Are we helping more kids in juvenile, or are we helping more people through the drug court? What I can see today is we can do with less officers. I mean, in 1 month, we had 88, we have 6 probation officers, that's 13 that each one is handling. That's just 1 month, I get that. But I have district court that's handling up to over 200 cases. So I think there's some room to move there, and we could move those salaries over and make that work. Now, I still think that might be better suited down the road someplace else, but I would be more in favor of that than taking it out of the opioid funds. I think those funds can be used. I don't know that we've explored exactly the best use for those, but I think there's something we should look at and make that better.
So Kathy, what you have here, the 396, currently it would be coming out of the general fund, but your recommendation is using the interest income and some of the opioid funding for it.
Yeah, I struggle with the interest income too. I think that should go to Office of Public Defense and prosecutors. That would cover both of
over
those.
their shortage.
Yeah.
So the title opioid funds sounds like it's a perfect fit for drug court, but the fact that it's temporary, you feel that it shouldn't be there.
I'm not a fan of paying salaries out of what is temporary funds.
Okay.
It's just, it should, if we're gonna pay salaries for people and I'm just giving you my view, and I'm always gonna give you my view and
that's
be
what I wanna
honest with
hear.
you, is you should be able to pay salaries out of the operations of whatever it is you're doing. It should work out of what the taxpayers give us willingly or unwillingly. And if that doesn't work, then why are we doing it? If we're robbing it from over here, I hate grants that pay for a person for 2 years because it always ends up that then we got them on the books and, oh God, we can't do without this person. You got to do it. And I wasn't a commissioner at the time, but I never would have said, we're going to develop this other thing just so we can do that. I would have said, we need to work it out within what we get from the taxpayers on a yearly basis. And that's all I'm saying. Whatever we spend, I think needs to match what we're given by the people we represent. And I just personally don't like using these special funds that will eventually be gone.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said I'm not for opioid funding drug court long-term. I do support, with the situation that we're in right now, I do support using it as bridge funding till we find alternative sources for it. And we are and that is in the works currently. So I'm for funding it help with, interest income or whatever we need to at this time to get us to the point where we can find alternative sources of funding. If we can't find alternative sources of funding, then that's a conversation that we need to have at that point. But right now, we do have things in the works that look like that could be a possibility here in the near future.
How many years do we expect to have monies coming in from opioid funds that we know about?
Oh, I put this together and I have until 2032, we're going to receive at least a minimum of 400,000 a year.
Through 2032?
Yes. And then after that, it drops off to 320, 320, then 273. So,
And what are we gonna have to show for it once it's all gone?
yeah, I don't,
Well, I'm going to be optimistic and say I think that the opioid funds are going to outlast drug court. Because I think either the death toll is going to rise high enough that there's going to be really drastic changes, or I guess I don't know what the alternative is, but I can't imagine that the current drug problem in the country is going to be allowed to continue for another 15 years or 10 years. Something drastic is going to have to change. So, and at least on a temporary basis, I'm comfortable with using opioid funds if we don't find something somewhere else.
okay, so I'm hearing 2 for temporarily on opioid
I would be a no.
and you're a no.
If we're gonna fund it, it needs to come from other funds.
But I don't have to have a unanimous approval to put
No,
them on
They can
opioid.
outvote me. But yeah,
Okay. Moving on. Juvenile was a 0 net effect, so I assume that's approved.
I think juvenile is over. If we're-
On that particular one?
Well, I just think in general, and I'm sorry, George, I look at the numbers and there's just no way we need all those people over there. I just don't get it. We have anywhere from 8 to 12 kids and we pay 3 million a year in detention salaries, and we have 6 probation officers. We pay another 3 million for not that many cases. If we're serious about bringing our budget down to a deal, we have to If this was a branch, I would have closed it long ago, just to be honest with you. So I get it, it's a net. But I'd take the win and take some of that back into the general fund instead of being a net zero.
I'd second that.
Okay.
So am I hearing,
Can't
as
argue with it.
you suggested reduction of 2, did you say?
Well, right now, the other positions, I was saying reduction to pay for drug court, but that's not flying. So now we're just looking at, we're gonna eliminate one to pay for the other, and I'm going, I just reassign somebody else to do it and save that 118.
Just to be clear also, Chairman, I'm for that. I'm not necessarily saying we have to fund drug court with that. If we can get the funds to do drug court by eliminating these 2 positions, I'm all for it too. Cause I agree, it might be net neutral as far as the budget is concerned, but if there's room there to trim some fat, I think we need to really take a look at that.
Can I ask for clarity? I'm sorry. So are we suggesting that the board is suggesting that we not only cut the vacant probation counselor position, but also the clinician position?
I don't know about the clinician position, but maybe some of the other counselor positions.
Because that's the current ask right now with the behavioral tax not being funded anymore. We are hoping that the juvenile clerk clinician be put in our department in lieu of a probation counselor position, which would be budget neutral.
Say that again. I'm not sure I followed 100%. I say that one more time.
So I currently have a clinician, mental health clinician being paid out of the behavioral health tax.
Okay.
That's no longer going to be the case for 2026. We are giving up a position for a juvenile probation counselor position in lieu of keeping that mental health clinician position. That position is very valuable to us, to the department, to the community. I think if we don't go that route, I think it's going to be a major loss to us. And if that's the case, then I would.
Well, if we're willing to give up one probation officer to fund it, can we not give up another probation officer?
I don't have 2 vacancies, Commissioner Dahl.
I get that, but sometimes bad things happen.
I think the thing for me, George, just so you know where I'm coming from, is I think we get used to having certain things for certain periods of time. And we don't really, I don't want to say we don't evaluate the situation, because obviously you have evaluated it, but I think we get to the point to where we think because it's been that way, that's the way that it needs to be to continue. I really do feel, and I agree with Chairman Dahl on the fact that we might be able to, as hard as it's going to be for your department, based on the numbers that you shared with us, I think that there's room there to decrease staff, given the situation that we're in right now. And like I said before, as far as the vacancy thing, coming back and saying, oh, I'm giving this back to the general fund, I don't know that that's necessarily a concession. A concession would be you've got 6 counselors and you eliminated 2 of those based on the need, right? Not necessarily on the convenience or on the fact that we have those positions, we have had those positions, but on the need based on the number of juveniles that we have coming into the facility. And right now where we're at, I think that's what the priority is making sure that we're funding what is absolutely needed at this time, and trimming fat where we can, anywhere that we can.
And I understand where the budget is at this point in time. I do understand that. Then at this point, I would make a request then to also have this possibly be funded as the opioid funding until we find a permanent solution for it. Like I said, this is a valuable position for us, for our department, for all of Superior Court. And I think it's a valuable position that will be more than willing to fight for it. So if the board is willing to at least look into the opioid funding and part of this position, I think it's in line with everything that the opioid funding is intended to do.
I personally, I don't want that treasure chest to get raided. I would personally like to see maybe the change made in personnel and see if it's something that you're able to adjust to. And if not, that might be a conversation to have later on. But I'm really not one for just having the opioid fund as a crutch for everything moving forward.
Do you have any retirements in the near future?
No, but we also have an office specialist position that Kathy just mentioned it here too, that we can bring to the table as well. That would be not only just an office specialist position, also probation counselor position, 2 full FTEs that have been budgeted till 2025. And I think that would more than, I would hope, make up for, not only that, in addition to the less budget request that we're asking for in 2026 compared to 2025. So we've made some other fiscally responsible solutions and being mindful that the budget is where it is. So we've cut and trimmed fat where we can. And I mean, at this point, I'm willing to say, well, there's 2 positions that I'm willing for you to take into consideration in order for us to have the mental health clinician.
How long has that position been vacant?
The office specialist position, it's an office specialist. Like he said, he doesn't have any probation officers or counselors vacant. He has an office specialist that's been vacant since March of 2024.
And may I say that those positions have been vacant based on all the communication that has been happening here with the behavioral tax either going or coming. And so we've been cognizant of that. And we've been pushing workloads on other people to make that happen because we knew that this day may come. And so we're here today. Again, those are decisions made way back when, not to fill those positions just because they're simply vacant, but because we need to really look at ourselves internally and say, can others do work? Can others absorb more work? And the answer was yes. And so we have 2 positions available for that.
Or I guess I question in the back of my head as basically this conversation is centered around is the manpower for a juvenile facility that's not really being used near its capacity. And I don't know how to weigh that. That's your job and balance that out. But from the outside looking in, I have to agree, it looks like you're overstaffed.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a number for a caseload doesn't really paint the picture of the workload that's there. And you have the benefit of having a budget workshop before this meeting to kind of present that all information to you. That's coming on the 27th. I'll have that ready for you. But that's not the only thing that is driving a workload. In fact, a comparison between adult and probation, I think they're apples to oranges comparisons. Based on the 2 job descriptions that I had the opportunity to look at, there's a lot more that juvenile probation counselors are and mandated to do versus adult probation, just based on the job descriptions. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to Molly to see where the differences may lie, but I know there's a lot more. Our programming is strictly through probation. We run a lot of programs, so it's not just based on a caseload. It's time, energy, and time that's taken to produce these programs for the community.
Here's where I'm at, George. The 2 positions that you're bringing to the table aren't really spreading out any workload because one's been vacant for 1.5 years almost, and the other one is like this new position that you're bringing to the table. What I would like to see is the elimination of one of those counselor positions and see how that distributed workload affects the department. And if it's something that can be absorbed by the other counselors, primarily because we are asking, we've asked all the other departments, and I know you're cognizant of it, and I know this is a difficult conversation to have, but we've asked the other departments to make some significant cuts in areas that they can. And I think that it's going to be a general consensus with the three of us. I'm not speaking for my seatmates, but I think it's going to be a general consensus that when we look at the numbers and when we look at this, we do feel that there's probably still room that we can work on that budget. So I'm more for, let's make that adjustment and then address it if we need to later on, if it's something that's not working, as opposed to saying, let's keep it the way that it is, let's fund it, because then we're never going to know. We're never going to know if we can really absorb the responsibility being spread out through the other employees.
So is the temporary opioid funding also out of the table here as a temporary solution?
I would say that for me, I wouldn't even, if for this situation here, I wouldn't consider it part of the solution until we know that eliminating that one position hasn't made a difference.
I would concur.
Okay, so to recap, to make sure I've got it right, he's offering to eliminate one probation officer that's vacant, keep his clinician position, and then is the ask to reduce the office specialist or to reduce a field probation officer position?
For me, I would like to see the office specialist position go and a field position go also. Because to me, it's not a consent. There's no consent if it's a position that hasn't been filled for a year and a half. It's a consent in the budget, but not with the diversification of responsibilities. And I'm wanting to know if we can get rid of a counselor position and spread out that responsibility if it's gonna impact our ability to perform, not necessarily the budget.
Which would be a reduction in force because they're filled.
Yes, I would like to see a reduction in force.
So am I hearing that from,
Yes.
okay, all right. You're an HR,
I
right?
guess you keep the clinician position, eliminate another probation officer.
Yeah. Keep the clinician position. It's a probation officer that
Yes,
I'm referring to.
that's what I was clarifying.
Yeah.
So I have 2 probation officers, one would be a reduction in force and keep the clinician, and 1 vacant office specialist. Eliminate. Okay, I got it. Okay, then I heard, if I can I recap quickly the Office of Public Defense, their mental health positions, and the prosecuting attorney's mental health positions. I thought I heard a suggestion that those would be funded off of the interest income from opioid money, and that is approximately 330,000, which is very close to the number I calculated for interest income for previous years and for next year.
I made that suggestion.
Yes, so
That's not a long-term fix, obviously, but I don't know that we have a whole lot of choice on these things especially with mandates coming on Office of Public Defense and.
Somebody's got an idea how to avoid it. I'm all ears.
Yeah, I think, I agree. I racking my brain, somehow we got to turn this so then it's just coming out of operating funds, but we're taking pretty big chunks. I mean, I just can't. It's hard just to take people's positions away, and I don't
Yeah.
want to just go
they're
willy-nilly to
they're
do that.
pieces of
We
positions.
do have that, but like I said, I'll caution, that's not a long-term fix, but I think we have the interest income to do that.
Yes. So is everybody in agreement on that? So, yes.
No, I'm just, yeah, talking about the new hire.
Yeah, the new hire, I haven't asked you yet,
Yeah, okay.
It still gives me heartburn. I would
because
say
it's
this-
not permanent funding.
Yeah, I would say the same thing that I just said to George about it. It's not something that that I want to do moving forward, but in this situation, we don't have a choice. The mandate's coming and we have to do something to mitigate that, so.
Okay. So the three positions on Office of Public Defense and the positions on prosecuting attorney, I will fund with interest income. So for the new position on Office of Public Defense,
Yeah.
which is basically $82,000 item,
That's a tough one.
I would probably say the same thing that you
Oh.
just said to George.
okay, so then you had asked a question of what has been cut on the Office of Public Defense. You had asked Ian, and I pulled this. He reduced his extra trial expenses, 23,000, and then the net effect on the rent was a little over 50,000.
Right.
So the net was 50.
Yeah, so in total, he's got almost enough to cover the new position.
By his own doing.
Right.
Okay, that's different. I'm good with that then.
And we're not looking to fill this till June, right? It says
Yes,
6/1/26,
We put 7 months in there, so.
and it will give us time to see how his caseloads are going. Maybe they change a little bit, and I think Ian's pretty open to if the caseloads aren't, I think he'd work with us.
So, do I hear it's approved?
Yeah, at this point, yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm moving on.
That might be a bitter pill, but we'll see what happens.
Sheriff's Office has two positions that are currently on mental health tax, basically $232,000.
You know, when I first saw these, I had one position, and then I did some research, and the things unless I'm reading the wrong stuff, it seems like it became pretty clear that these have a positive effect. And like I said, with what they consider, I don't know what they consider wraparound deals. So I'd be willing to tap that for the next 2 years to see if it does continue, but it's like any of those, at some point in time, you're gonna have to find a different way to fund it. I think over those years, maybe he'll have some openings. We can see if he'd be agreeable to transferring some of those duties or look for some money.
Right now, he does not have any openings.
I had a conversation with Trinidad about this.
What's he think about it?
He agrees. He thinks it's something that we really need to have because the CIHS and Gerbo help provide those wraparound services for it. That's why I was asked the question if they receive funding from that, but apparently they don't. But the CIHS and Gerbo, they help facilitate those wraparound services when these people are deployed.
Yeah, and like I said, I went into it with one mindset, and then I started reading, and it changed the way I look at it. I think there is, value is always a relative term. If things really have value, then the public pays for them. You don't have to spend any money. But I'd be willing to live with personally, I'd be willing to live with that, knowing that we need to try and get it off of there, but I think in my view, it's worth.
Okay, so other,
Okay.
okay. All right, so I heard it's approved. All right, then, the next one is the coroner's office. This is the person that started off as an office specialist and has grown and taken on additional responsibilities. This is a $5,000 increase, but there have been significant, significant offsets already with their budget. Similar to what we were talking about on on Ian's, sorry.
I'm okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. Auditor's office is the next one, the one that's funded from Auditor O&M for 11,000 for 2026 and 18,000 for 27.
Say that one more time.
Okay, auditor's office, these are title changes, and they're, increases once they meet the requirements of the two years and passing, I think it's two things, 2 years and passing a, certification. And so it's 11,000, which will not impact the general fund. It will be paid off of the auditor's O&M for 26, and then 18,000 for 27.
And that just impacts her O&M budget.
Yes, it does not impact the general fund.
It,
But
I'm struggling here because it sounds like we maybe need to take a whole different look at how we do licensing. I mean, that's what I was hearing. And this will have there'll be cascading pressure from others, so
Well, yeah, I can see, in Stacy's situation, she doesn't have an O&M fund. So she's facing and dealing with the same issues that Carolyn is, but Carolyn has the ability through that fund to offset that, where Stacy doesn't. So, yeah.
So like I say, just a reminder, eliminating licensing altogether means zero revenue. But if we eliminate my obligation to provide licensing services, in order to maintain the revenue, I still have to have sufficient staff to
Audit.
monitor and audit all those sub-agencies. And if I were to close my office, that would mean an additional sub-agency, obviously, to meet the demands. But they would be repurposed into other areas, but we would be able to provide better service in recording without service interruptions.
So is it worth?
devil's advocate here, with 21 employees and we eliminate all of licensing, I can't figure out how we don't eliminate some employees.
We have 5 separate divisions.
I get it.
So like I say, 2 of those divisions, recording and licensing, have 6 positions. The rest are accounting, completely unrelated, elections. So to lump them all into one category is not efficient or productive.
For me, from a budget standpoint, because you're using the funds that you're using, I don't have an issue with that. The issue that I have is what was just mentioned, Carolyn, is the possible cascading effect that this could create moving forward within other departments, and me not knowing what I don't know about how this works yet. It does give me a little bit of heartache. I'll just tell you that.
Is it worthwhile to try and do a study on this and figure out what it would do to us to start breaking that all apart and doing what she says are options?
Well, we had 3 recording staff back in 2006, before the merger. So obviously, our duties have more than tripled in that area, especially with the ongoing revenue stream for the state and ongoing fees and duties. So, like I say, it's possible that we can look at bringing in a new sub-agency, trying to redirect my resources towards recording and auditing those sub-agencies rather than actually providing the service in my office. We can look at that. But to answer this reoccurring theme of fair, that genie kind of has been out of the bottle a long time ago. We're not the same. And so some people have already been recognized. I use the example of an office across the hall. Their starting salary grade in that office is 200. Starting salary grade in my office is 180. Starting salary grade in elections is 220. I assume that these salary reclassifications were backed by justification in these conversations between electeds and board members. I support any elected official or department head that comes up with creative ideas on how to create efficiencies in their office. I support them. We are not the same. I don't want to be treated the same. I want to be recognized for being different. I'll also add, if you want a little more history on this, the deputy auditor, deputy treasurer, those those titles actually came at the request of leadership at the time, not the union. That was in response to the 2020 salary survey conducted by HR. That wasn't a union push to lump us all into the same title and category and pay. Some people saw an increase to jump up to the 180 classification. Others were neutral. But that wasn't a push from the union. That was a push from leadership at the time. And it did not involve collaboration with departments, just so you know. Not my department anyway.
So the board at that time
Directed
leveled the playing field.
HR to conduct a salary survey. In the past, I had it with me. I took it downstairs because I didn't bring it up. But in the past, we all have front lines, regardless of who we are. In the past, some of them were titled office assistant, administrative assistant, cashier, all across the board. 2020, they were lumped together from that salary survey with HR.
Who got to participate in the salary survey?
You could probably play back. Well, I don't think we were recording at that time, so I just have very vivid memories of the public meeting.
I wasn't really I wasn't in my position at the time. I don't really have any knowledge on what occurred at that time. It happened, I think the salary survey itself happened in like 2018, 2019, leading up to that 2019. So I really just started, so I don't have a lot of knowledge.
Who all got to put input into this salary survey?
I have no idea.
I can tell you, it did take roughly 2 years for HR to come up with comparables and actually bring to the board a system, names, categories, pay rates, all of it. So it was brought to the public or to a public meeting. And when I went to HR and saw my salary proposals, I said, this data is 2 years old. This is not right. And at the time, HR said, you can bring that to the public meeting. Then I get to the public meeting and I propose it to the board and say, this data is incorrect. And it wasn't a small amount. It was an average of $800 a month just for one salary when you do the work. So again, when we talk about procedures and how things are done, over the years, it has been such a confusing and I'll say embarrassing event to get up here and speak to you guys and be attacked by other leaders. And that meeting was no different. And that was because I went through the proper channels. I went to HR at the time. I said, this data's wrong. Work with me. And they said, this is what's going to the board. You can bring it to the public meeting. And then we were all lumped together. We have comparable salaries. And at the time I said, that's wrong. And it was wrong at the time. It was 2 years old. Took them 2 years to put that together. But some people saw an increase from that salary survey, so they were all for it because they got an increase, while others just remained neutral. Just to give you some history.
I appreciate the historical reference there. My biggest concern is what we're gonna do moving forward. Jessica, before you leave real quick, can you explain what the process is when we have this, if we were to do it again? What does that process look like?
So,
What are we talking about?
The
yeah,
salary
but
survey, the, whatever it was that you said, I
Salary.
mean, to get to the point where we're gonna level the playing field, what did you call it? What was it that they did?
And the salary survey was at the request, it was because of our, the recession and our salaries had gotten deplorably behind our comparable counties. So HR was directed with conducting a salary survey to bring our salaries across departments. It was the countywide. It wasn't just my department. So they were given directions, conduct the salary survey and make them in line with our comparable counties. But it took 2 years for the data to come together. So it was already out of date by the time it came to the board for approval. And there was no process for us to approach the board with discrepancies.
So then my question to you, Jessica, would be this. We currently don't have a process, but would a salary survey resolve the issue that we're talking about right now? With regards to the,
I mean, when you're
equality,
talking,
if you will.
when you're talking salary survey, you're talking positions countywide. So that's a different,
Probably looking at multiple counties similar size to us
yeah. So
and
we
what they
have,
pay, right?
we have 6 comparable counties. So typically when we look at our comparable data, we look at those 6 comparable counties. And, you know, you take a deputy auditor 1 and what their similar position is. So you analyze job descriptions. And so it is quite the feat. I mean, a lot of counties use outside firms to do their salary surveys, likely because it does take a long time. Again, I wasn't really here for the last round of that, so I can't speak for that. I wasn't in a position of leadership at the time, but it is quite the feat because you're looking at other counties, but County X doesn't necessarily have the exact same position title that you can just pull from. So you're analyzing job descriptions, you're analyzing what that office does. So it's quite the task.
And again, recording staff are typically across the board paid much higher than licensing staff. So
I guess my question is, I don't know that a salary survey would fix the problem. What the problem that I see is procedural that we have that has gotten us to this point,
Mhm.
right?
And procedural, that's what Kathy and I have been discussing on how to bring these things forward to the board. And that's the personnel adjustment worksheet. And if you want it only during budget times, or if you want it contract negotiations, that's something that we need to hammer out as far as what the board would like to see. Because it has been kind of all over the place.
So I guess bottom line right now, I'm for approving it, but I really want to evaluate how we got to this point moving forward. Cause I am worried about the domino effect of this.
like I say, I think for my office, I think that we have some creative options to look at in the future. if budget continues to go the way that it is. But like I say, we're not the same. And unfortunately, life is not fair. We don't do the same things. So
Well, what I would say, Carolyn, is really the only reason that I'm in favor of it at this point is because it is net neutral. You're using your own funding, and that's great.
exactly.
That's why I'm in favor of it. But from a procedural standpoint, this is something that we definitely need to address. And I agree with you in that, and I made the statement earlier, I don't know that there's such a thing as equitable decisions because a lineman doesn't get paid what a quarterback does, but they're on the same team. And so we have different responsibilities and different duties. And to get to that baseline and that bottom line, I think that there are some things that are in common, obviously. But identifying the differences and placing value on those differences is where we have to get to.
Thank you.
I heard Steve's opinion. Steve Farrell. I'm going down the line so I can check.
I'm gonna say yes, 'cause as long as she's paying for it out of her own funds at this point, but I agree, I wanna get down the road with some both background and what it would cost or save us to separate those departments or lose them.
Like I say, they were merged years and years ago, and it's no longer effective and working. So we need to get creative and find other ideas.
So is that something simple for you to do, to put together numbers roughly that what it would cost for us to drop licensing out of this?
So no auditor has done it, even though it's a constant communication with all of us. We always are looking for ways to get rid of this constant drain. And we're all saving it as like a tool that we're going to try. I would have to start with talking to departmental licensing. Because like I say, the service that I'm providing currently, there would be a void. So it would probably start with asking departmental licensing if I can go out for contract on another sub-agency to cover the other service, so long as I maintain enough staff to perform the monitoring and auditing duties of those sub-agencies.
For the record, I am not advocating that we do that.
I believe they provide a better service in this office. And people come here specifically to receive that service from them.
Yeah. I would just say, if that conversation ever came up, I would recuse myself with regards to closing down the licensing at the county.
Like I say, definitely not something I want to do. If I'm pinned in a corner and I have to get creative, we're going to have to look at, all of us are, we're all going to have to get creative.
Okay, so Rick, I haven't heard from you.
I'm not comfortable at this point in time, so I'd be a no.
Okay, so I heard 2 yeses and 1 no. So approved. Okay, then the only other item that I think I have on here is IT, which is basically bringing on an analyst, which is a new position. And then once the business technical manager retires, that position would be inactivated.
Is this technical manager, is that the one that's the, what's that stupid program with PeopleSoft?
PeopleSoft, we have, yes,
Is
we
that
have
the person
currently,
who runs that one?
we have 2 positions that are budgeted to support PeopleSoft right now. And one is currently active searching for, so we're down to only 1 person right now because
And
one is
that's
vacant.
this person right here that's retiring?
Yes, and so what
then-
they're hoping to do is bring on this other position, basically change the position to be a analyst. Still it's
But
still,
they're gonna have to come on so they can learn
exempt.
this system from this person, right?
yeah, or, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
I
to
don't-
provide,
I like
continu-
PeopleSoft.
this is to
Use it.
provide continuity.
But we use it in everything, and so I don't know how you don't have somebody come and start getting trained on that thing.
Yeah, and it's actually,
Consultant firm with 30 specialists. That's what this is. This is an individual.
Oh, this is that,
This is not an individual, right? This is the contract.
no, this is an individual because, yeah, Denise
I know.
is
gonna
the
be-
only one right now providing PeopleSoft support.
yeah.
Right.
But Commissioner Farrell has a point because I know they have been looking at a firm to handle
And last I heard, that was waiting for,
contract.
the contract approval from legal and for, yeah, what's the term I want?
Yeah.
To pay for it, basically, but it's already,
That would be a contract, that's budget, this is personnel.
Yeah,
so
Yeah, well.
I didn't think we were gonna get a person back in. I thought we were getting the contract from, that's why I'm wondering why this is in here.
That's a good point. Yeah.
no, what I understand is they want to take Denise's position, and once she leaves, the analyst, it will be changed to an analyst position, but they want to bring the analyst on ahead of time so that there's overlap.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, and
the analyst has got nothing to do with PeopleSoft.
it does, it's PeopleSoft, but it's to replace Denise.
Okay.
Is
And
to
that's what I
replace
understood we
Denise.
were not gonna do.
Is not replace Denise?
Correct. We were not going to have another PeopleSoft specialist on site. We were going to have a consultant, a contract firm that would be readily available with like 30 specialists that were.
Speak to this. Okay, okay.
Did I misunderstand the conversations we've had with?
Well, that was, I believe that contract, from what I understood, is that contract was to help us support the fact that we don't have a second ERP specialist or manager. That Carl left in 2024.
Well, I know.
And so Denise has been the only support for PeopleSoft.
I'm
She's
aware.
retiring.
Right.
And so they want to replace Denise with an analyst, but they want to bring the analyst on January 1 before she retires.
This is news to me. Not anything of the discussion I've been involved with. Okay, so moving right along, I guess. I don't know how to respond to this one.
I'm
Well, I was,
lost how to.
I mean, I wasn't in their discussions, but that was what I understood from what Travis was proposing, was we have somebody refill Denise's position, but have this third party that was going to be able to come in and help with more of the programming type things that were above, what Denise's skills were.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
would really like to
That's-
talk to Travis about that before I decide.
Okay, so I'll bring this one back. How about that?
Yep.
Okay, I think I've gone through everything.
Travis is getting on, I guess.
We-
Getting on.
Did I miss anything? Speak now.
You're about to miss dinner. I think that's the longest session I've been on. Yeah. We'll give you credit for it.
You're going to give me credit for making it the longest one? I'm just facilitating. Is Travis on?
There's gotta be an easy way to close those blinds over there. It's gonna be one-sided, let me tell you.
Danielle doesn't work on her, she doesn't want to work on her tan, so.
That's too much all at once.
I believe he told me that he's still going to need that contract for support. Because when I asked him, okay, we're going to add the analyst, does that mean I reduce the professional services? And he told me no. That he was still going to need the professional services.
Is he on?
There he is.
There he is.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Travis, you there?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just joined. I'm not sure if there was a question for me or.
Yeah, we're looking at personnel in the budget process. And the ERP Business Tech Manager employee retiring 6/30/26. Going inactive, but also an additional position for a business analyst. Is that to do with PeopleSoft?
Yes, that's correct.
Where are we at with the contract for the firm that was gonna also help with PeopleSoft?
Yep, so there's, the first vendor we were pursuing, ERPA, is a vendor that we were hoping to piggyback with a King County contract. That doesn't seem like an efficient route, so we're looking at alternatives. As of this afternoon, I think Ashley is going to be reaching out to get more info on another cooperative agreement and the feasibility of using that. In parallel, we're looking at another vendor and feasibility of using a cooperative agreement with them also. So I have a conversation with that vendor tomorrow to get more information to validate whether or not that's feasible. But we're pursuing multiple avenues. We haven't struck gold yet. There's not a known pathway that I can present to you to sign yet, but hope to have one soon.
Well, I guess that's why we're bringing on this. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
bingo.
Yep.
Yeah,
We good with that?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thanks, Travis. That helped answer our question. So sounds like you're okay there.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure thing. Bye.
Okay,
That's it for me. Nothing else.
all done.
Today.
You sure?
Today. Today.
Okay. I don't see anybody on. We will adjourn. Thank you.